Sound check, sound check, sound check. One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two.
Good morning. Apologies if we can just give us 5 minutes. I think there's confusion with the construction that side. Members are on their way, but we'll start in 5 minutes time. My apologies. issues that we need to interact with in this meeting. Thanks very much. I'm going to allow the minister, if you are ready, Minister, to make your inputs, and then we take it from there.
Chair, thank you very much, and good morning to honorable members. Good morning to DG and the entire Human Settlement family, DDG, Ngongo in particular, responsible for the management and assistance in relation to entities. Chair, thank you very much for the invitation. We somehow made it regardless of cabinet sitting. This morning, myself and DG, it can only be explained outside the trick we played so that it doesn't get recorded. But we did that, Chair, because of the importance that we knew that the entities in our last discussion, the portfolio and the honorable members had made quite a number of inputs that they thought were important for the department to consider, to look into. Amongst others were quite a number of cases, were quite a number of governance and administration issues. But in the midst of that, what was lagging behind really were clear programs on how the entities are taking themselves forward in relation to provision of services, because HDA, NHFC and SHRA in particular, key to their mandate is to ensure that there's delivery where there is a beneficiary sitting somewhere expecting some human settlement type of a service. That does not discount that PPRA and NHBRC, for example, and CISOs and their importance. But one can't claim to consider a win if our mandate constitutionally is about provision of housing and land tenure security, amongst others, if we follow is talking about today. Towards it, officially have to request to cabinet that, because a second brief on the budget almost towards
all provincial MECs to talk about blocked project. With the previous minister, Mamuluko, we prioritized this. When this Minister Tembi came in, she also agreed. I think she even presented to cabinet how she wants to move with the issue of blocked project. So we cannot be, we can't be seen doing other things other than what we requested to do. And it's part of our strategic plan that by the end of our term as this portfolio committee, we want to see those blocked projects unblocked. And I don't know whether you have visited those projects as SHRA Council, but if you were to visit them, you will then realize why it is important to unblock those projects. DG?
Chair, thank you very much. Perhaps just to give the committee some comfort, the directive of the committee was taken to heart. And I can confirm that the department had met with the then acting CEO of SHRA, and we met on 3 occasions. And we had on the 3rd occasion agreed that now the matters that the chair is raising, the list of projects that are affected, the impact of those projects, what is to be done about those projects, the mechanisms, including identification of funding sources and funding instruments for those projects, was done. The plan was done. The onus was on SHRA to submit those plans to us, because some had dependencies on the approval of the Honorable the Minister, plus also the approval and concurrence of the National Treasury. Now, that plan is not with us, the department. And we can write our own plan when there is a council and when there is a board at SHRA that has a fiduciary duty over such matters. So as far as we are still months later. I must say it's more than 6 months. 6 months later, we're still awaiting the report. That's all I can indicate why we are where we are.
Okay, let's not belabor the point, except to say, Chairperson of SHRA, you are an entity of the Department of Human Settlements. Please always bear that in mind. And you are created to assist the department to implement service delivery. And I met with Chairperson of SHRA on a number of occasions, and I always said, you can't be slower than the department, because if you're slower than the department, then the department doesn't need you. You are there to assist the department to fast track certain things. While we know that in the main you are volunteering, but there must be that commitment. I think the promise to the committee was that by December you'll be done with the workshop, by January you'll be ready with the report as per our minutes. Today is the end of February. And the minister did not receive. The minister and the DG did not receive as expected. And we can't continue with a report that the minister is not aware of and is not comfortable of. Minister, can we resolve that immediately after this meeting, you meet with the Council of SHRA so that they understand the importance of what we're saying? We're not going to write a report to Parliament as yet. We'll wait for the minister to direct us to meet with the Council of SHRA so that they see the seriousness of what we're doing, so that you convince us that you still need to exist. Thank you very much. We'll suspend that. We can release the delegation of SHRA. You are released. Let's get to the next item, which is but you are happy with HDA and NHFC. Okay, HDA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister, the DG and your executive from the Department of Human Settlement, chairpersons and CEOs of, maybe I should say chairperson and CEO of NHFC, because SHRA is going out, but because they are here, I need to acknowledge them as well. Chair, maybe from the start, I'm not here alone. I'm accompanied by the Deputy Chairperson of the board, Ms. Bai, and also a board member, Mr. Parks Bajani, and the administration is led by the accounting officer, the CEO, together with the CFO, and also with the Mr. Rahwali, who has been delegated to present our report. In the interest of time, Chair, we have decided to adhere to your directives and together with the directive of the minister, why we are here today. We are quite certain that we are not here to report on the activities of the entity in general, but we need to focus on areas that you have indicated in your opening remarks. And we have done so in terms of the properties that we have acquired and the building, and with specific reference to the SABC building. But Chair, just to be on record that in your remarks, You also mentioned that you are expecting us to report on the abandoned, hijacked, and blocked project. I conveniently frown upon the CEO next to me because, as far as we know, we don't have such projects. As HDA, we don't have blocked project, we don't have hijacked project. All our properties are secured and are under our control. So maybe that is an overlap of mentioning entities. As far as HDA is concerned, we don't have blocked project, we don't have hijacked project. And the CEO has also confirmed that with whoever is responsible under that department. So maybe that needs to be corrected. However, we do have projects that we have acquired. I mean, we do have properties that we have acquired in a form of land and in a form of buildings. And we are here to report specifically the progress on that. And where possible, we will be able to give some timelines in terms of the bankability. But where it's not possible because we are reliant on other players to finalize same, we will also indicate. Chair, you also mentioned the issue of the SIU in terms of our last engagement. And in that engagement, you did advise the HDA that we should not necessarily, because at the time, we said we know nothing officially from the SIU other than what we see on the newspapers, but we are of, cognizance that indeed there is a proclamation. But you advise as a committee that we should not just wait for the SIU. We should be able, we've got the rights and responsibility to approach them as well. And through the minister facilitated that meeting with the SIU, and we met with them last year. And they took us through in terms of how they want to implement that existing proclamation. And maybe in brief, Chair, what I can say is that we only committed to the SIU that we are ready and able to assist them to fulfill their task at hand, that of making sure that their investigation is not hampered by any obstacles. So we will give all the necessary support, but we also committed to them that we will not make time-to-time follow-up as if maybe we are anxious about how they work. We will wait for them to reach out to us as the board and as the executive of the entity under investigation if they need information that will assist them. But however, Chair, maybe in passing, but it's a serious matter, we have since discovered that this exercise of SIU is not sustainable from the HDA point of view in terms of the funding of it, their services for that matter. And we have highlighted that to them that most of the properties under the MISH listed in the proclamation, they are not necessarily properties or project that belongs to HDA. They belong to other entities, and it is our view that same when it comes to billing, such entities should be able to actually assist in fulfilling such bills. That matter, we have also brought it to the attention of the department to assist in finding a balance about that, because their services are not that cheap. And obviously we don't have that money, but we want to support the investigation to come to its full conclusion. But we have highlighted that, so we hope as and when we go forward, we will find a balanced way between ourselves and other entities which their properties are listed under us in the proclamation. Honorable Chair, in the interest of time, I know that we have agreed that Mr. Rahwale through the CEO will present, but I will ask the CEO if he has got something to say before we afford Mr. Rahwale to make a full presentation on the items that they have listed. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the time and for the invitation. And thanks to the Honorable Minister and the DG.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the Portfolio Committee members, to the Honorable Minister, the chairperson of the boards of the other entities, the HOD, and the DG, and to my colleagues in administration. Chair, yes, I think the chairperson has correctly pointed that we don't have blocked projects. We do have work that we're doing with the Naisna municipality, and we are doing the ISOP for Dripslands and Brede Valley. So those are the projects that we're running from our side, and we're doing the TRP for the title deeds for the whole of the Western Cape. So those are the only projects that we are now doing in the Western Cape. Chair, I think maybe let me just give a context of what Mr. Rakwale is going to present. We have looked at all the buildings that we have bought, and then those that we bought for ourselves as the HDA, and those that we bought on behalf of the departments. When we go to those presentations in a granular form, it will also explain, Chair, because part of the something that we need to raise is that from a timing point of view, some of them we've had them a bit longer, those buildings. And purely because from where we are, Chair, we do understand that the fiscus, as the Honorable Minister said, that there might be some of the grants that we are also losing into even today. We are aware of the debt service commitments. And to the extent that it's like that, Chair, we must also raise the dichotomy that the HDA is also a Section 3A. So we do need funding, but at the same time we are a 3A. So what we have been doing with the chair, with the DG and the office of the DG, is that we've been looking at other methods of how we can crowd in private sector. So where we are, Chair, you will see that we acknowledge that there is a possibility and there is a need for us to also crowd in private sector to assist us in some of these buildings that we will be working on. So when Mr. Rakwale present, that is what you'll see as a theme in our presentations. But also we've engaged SHRA, and then in our discussions with SHRA, we were also made aware that SHRA, for now, they will not be able to take new projects that come in. So to the extent that they couldn't, some of the buildings that we have looked at them both from whether we can do the social housing point, and then also how will we then work with them if we're working with private sector. So that's why you'll find that our presentation will be looking at two options, Chair and Honorable Minister. I thought maybe I needed to give that because there will be somewhere you see we're talking of penthouses, and then at the same time we're talking of SHI. So it's because we were looking at the alternative methods. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In our staff, we have Indians and Xhosas. They may not understand certain cultures. In my culture, so you see they are running around with food. They don't invite visitors to the table. So we're saying there's tea ready outside, but we won't break for tea. If you feel you can go out, grab your tea, come back. We continue with our work. Grab whatever. You see, these ones that are given is because they have their people here. If you don't have your person, if you don't have your person, you'll go hungry the whole day. So there's tea, there are snacks that side. Feel comfortable to go and grab, but we'll not break. We'll continue. Thank you very much. Our researchers are saying, because what I was reading is a research report from our research division. They are saying there are these projects blocked and hijacked, but let us not get into it today. I think we'll have an opportunity. We'll also ask them, if you say they are blocked and hijacked projects, where are they? And so on and so on. because before we come to a meeting and receive your presentation, we do our own research about the issues we want you to present to us. So they did the research and they told us that HDA has this block project and hijacked project. But because it's a matter of dispute, let us not go into it. There will come an account to us to say, these are the blocked projects or the hijacked project we're talking about. If need be, as a committee, we'll go and see them to say, yes, these are blocked projects. Our researchers are there at the back. They're the ones who are giving us this information. But let's continue, as you said, Chair, Mr. Rahwale. Remember, you are given 20 minutes. Highlight issues that you don't want to lose, and then we make sure that we're within our time frame.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister, Executive Management Team of the department led by the DG, Chairperson of the HDA Board, NHFC, board members present, colleagues, thank you for the opportunity. I'll take the Portfolio Committee briefly through progress with regards to the acquisition and also planned development of the buildings that have been acquired specifically for human settlements. So the focus is on buildings, Chair. And you'll notice that what we are projecting here is the buildings that have been acquired to date. I'll just run the committee through what has been acquired. You'll notice that the first one is the Sea Point property located in Cape Town. We bought it from SABC. It's currently owned by the HDA, 2,161 square meters. Chair, this is the property that we were able to successfully interdict the SABC from auctioning it because we thought then we required it for human settlements development to transform the Sea Point space. The second one is the property located in Gauteng, Braamfontein to be specific. We acquired it from Eskom. It's currently being owned by HDA. The building size is 3,726 square meters. The third one was acquired recently in KwaZulu-Natal province, eThekwini municipality, Metro, and we acquired it from Transnet. It's registered in the names of the HDA, and the size is 3.1561 hectares, so it's 3.1 hectares. Then the fourth one, Chair, is the Solblaki municipality property in the Northern Cape, the tallest building in Kimberley. We acquired it from Eskom, and it's currently also registered in the names of the HDA, and the size is 2,891 square meters. The last one then is the Free State one, Mangaung. This one was not acquired from government entities. It was acquired from a private landowner. It's 954 square meters. Just to comment further, Chair, these properties were all acquired except the Mangaung one in terms of the DPE policy, public enterprises policy, that enjoins state-owned enterprises before they can dispose their properties, non-core assets to the open market. They are required in terms of policy to offer them to government for consideration. So in this specific instance, HDA was then able to exercise that first right of refusal on behalf of the National Department of Human Settlements. So Chair, just to also comment further that this represents buildings over and above this exercise. We continuously engage and have active conversations with the state-owned enterprises around the release of their non-core properties for human settlements. For instance, in Limpopo, Lephalale municipality, we also acquired 200 fully serviced stands, which will be allocated to beneficiaries to build their own houses. In the same municipality in Lephalale, we are also talking to Eskom. They own a land parcel where there's an informal settlement on, and we're talking to Eskom. They are willing to donate it to that municipality. So what I'm trying to say is that there are active conversations between us on behalf of the National Department with state-owned enterprises for them to release them for human settlements development. Of course, from time to time, there are also difficult conversations. For instance, they are also offering us the old Carlton Hotel, but it's too expensive, noting the budgetary constraints. We will obviously not be able to secure it, but we have done a lot of work around it. And also, if you look at the Bramfontein building, we bought it from Eskom. Next door to it, there is also some other properties which we think if they are acquired, they would also be able to, in fact, increase the footprints of the development from a precinct development point of view. So the overall idea and objective, Chair, is for us to then utilize human settlements as an instrument to revive, regenerate our inner cities that are not looking good at the moment. So this is a summary, Chair, of specifically the buildings, not necessarily land parcels per se. So if you look at the first one, this is the C.1, not very far from where we are. As I said, we acquired it after we interdicted SABC. And it's possible to get around 280 units on it. This is based on the preliminary assessment that we've done on it. The location is quite perfect. We currently in the process of undertaking a full bankability study linked to that, Chair. We've already had numerous engagements with the City of Cape Town to discuss the housing typologies and programs for this specific area, noting its sensitivities. So these are some of the buildings that are there. As you know, Chair, we will not be able to, unfortunately, utilize the existing buildings. These were used by SABC previously for their own staff members, but we will not be able to use them because they are in a state of disrepair. So effectively what you are getting there is basically the land. You can get 1 bedroom, 35 square meter, and it's also possible to get 25 square meter units because land in that area is quite pricey. So we've got to make sure that we increase impact in terms of, the number of units that can be developed there. So we need to be very economic in terms of efficient in terms of how we utilize land in that specific space. This is Bramfontein, Chair, as I've indicated. It's located in Bramfontein. And it's within walking distance from UJ and also the University of the Witwatersrand, Wits. There is also many other institutions of higher learning in the area, but the property also in the location where it is lent itself for, in fact, it's ideal for development as social housing. And for that purpose, we've already appointed consultants to undertake project concept design and also detailed planning. They are already, in fact, on the ground, Chair, as we're speaking. It's possible to get about 422 units on the development itself based on the social housing route or model or development model. Chair, the next one then is the Montclair. It's south of Durban or eThekwini. This property, as I said, we acquired it from Transnet. It was also used previously by Transnet as lodges for their staff members. So we recently acquired it specifically to accommodate the flood victims resulting from the floods that we've had recently in eThekwini. As you can see, already, we currently doing refurbishments, and the idea is that we targeting to complete the refurbishments so that the targeted beneficiaries or households are then able to move in around June this year. 200 households from specifically the Mahatma and also Astia transitional emergency housing units. The Astia one, Chair, I can confirm that we're managing it as the HDA on behalf of the province. So the households that are currently staying in those two TEAs will then be able to, in June, move into the refurbished units. So that is the plan, Chair. The next one is the Kimberley one. This one also, Chair, we acquired it from Eskom. It's, as I said, the tallest building in Kimberley, quite well located, and it's located in close proximity to the new Sol Plaatje University. So from the university enrollment, our assessment of the university enrollment and proximity to the university, we are of the view that the property is in fact ideally located for development as a student, for student accommodation purposes, and we currently attending to its assessment for that matter. There has, of course, been challenges with regards to the use of the property between HDA, the department, and the HDA, because the funding for the acquisition of the property was received from the Northern Cape. But with the assistance of our DG, we are in fact about to resolve that. So the idea here, Chair, it's to get the property developed specifically for student accommodation purposes. So 150 units are possible, meaning that you can effectively get about 300 beds developed on this, on the Kimberley building. Then the last one, Chair, is the NBS building located in Bloemfontein. We acquired this one on behalf of the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, specifically for social housing development. Although we've assessed it, we've modeled it, but it is also affected by the funding limitations, I think, on the part of SHRA. It is earmarked for social housing development. It's on the pipeline. And that is basically the intention. And we currently, in fact, undertaking project packaging for social housing development. So yeah, Chair, that's basically it, and we're recommending that the portfolio take note of the progress update. And as I've indicated, the focus here is specifically just on the buildings with regards to our engagements and conversations with state-owned enterprises. This does not necessarily cover land parcels that we conversing or engaging with state-owned enterprises for other human settlements programs. I will end here, Chair, with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CEO Chairperson, do you have something to add? We are fine. DG Minister.
Chair, thank you very much. Let me appreciate the presentation, Chair, and start firstly by confirming that the entity under the leadership of the Chair did call a strat plan, which was, amongst other many things, was to deal with the proposal that they are tabling. So we're able to have a session, though I couldn't sit for the entire 2 days, but to have a session to sort of begin to brainstorm, even in the creation of precincts as the presentation has indicated. Some of these land parcels may not necessarily be in our position now, but our strategy and the view as HDA was that we need to look broadly in terms of assisting in relation to disaster, in terms of student accommodation, but in terms of affording land tenure and housing in areas where ordinarily as a historically disadvantaged individual on your own may not be able to acquire that. I think Chair just did not want to also say that we have not been able as a department to assist in the funding requirements that they have had. And I do believe that their pace would have been much faster in relation to what they've presented today if we have been able as a department to assist and lift a bit in what they needed in terms of, for example, the Braamfontein building, the very same repairs in Montle. They did not really touch into the overall plan, for example, of how much will government save if we conclude the renovation of Montle and close all the TAs. Honorable members will recall that our policy says in case of total destruction, where necessary, the department may have to provide temporary emergency accommodation. And in most instances, we use localized BNBs. But because of the land difficulties, availability, at eThekwini in particular, some of those TAs are as old as 2 years. And you can imagine how much you have spent as either national or the province in servicing them so that we don't get people stranded. And that's what motivated us to collaborate with HDA and get Montclair from Transnet, which, as they explain, it's under renovation, and they're expecting that we'll close all the TAs in the main eThekwini and place those residential, those families into this building that is currently showing. So we are expanding in terms of the definition or the normal use of how HDA has been utilized. CEO touched a bit on what they've also been doing, which does not necessarily relate to the buildings that they've presented on. I'm hopeful, Chair, that in our next engagement and presentation in relation to progress with these matters into the portfolio, we'll then be able to say how far have we gone, even ourselves as a department, in trying to lift them beyond what they've been able to get. We are actually engaging also with provinces. We find it very unfortunate that we have an implementing agent, but we will turn money back to the fiscus because of not implementing when we have an implementing agent. It's a huge contradiction in how we're doing things, but it's harmonization of all systems and how we used to do things. We're giving it a bit of patience. But what I just want to confirm, Chair, is that we are in discussion extensively to make sure that all the projects that are listed here, with our assistance as well into the entity, bears fruit, so that we can be able to consolidate on the wins for human settlement. I just want to emphasize the last point that Chair Hosi raised in relation to the SIU investigation, because it was mainly on land parcels. Chair, you start back-footed when you want to sound like you are saying SIU shouldn't investigate, or you may be interpreted to be saying there mustn't be an investigation. The logical thing is when they knock with the proclamation, it's for you to open the door so that they come in. But it's going to be a very huge setback for HDA, because as they explain, the land parcels are not necessarily. Some it could have been the municipality requesting, because HDA has got experience in assessment, they've got in-house capacity. Please assist us as we do the assessment and do all this for your own utilization as a municipality or as council or whatever land. And all of that has been clubbed under HDA, and the bill of SIU now is looking towards HDA, even on parcels that they are not theirs. Our intention as a department would have been to say, it's okay for them to realize the status and the standing. It's because we need to open the door, but would want to negotiate and engage with them that a bill must go to where the land belongs. If it's not HDA, it must be that municipality or that entity concerned or that province concerned that needs to foot that bill. Otherwise, the charges will really be setting them even more back in relation to the investigation. So the engagement at that level will not be about the investigation must not continue. We are very clear. We do not want to stand in front of the proclamation as the president has signed it. We'll respect it. We'll forward everything we have. The challenge we have is that we are not necessarily custodian of everything that is put at the door, but we'll explain that during the investigation, but we'll also, they need the department to assist them in terms of the correct billing that the SIU needs to undertake at the end of their investigation. Other than that, Chair, we have opened the door, and the chairperson and the SIU, they are allowed to do their work, and I'm sure at their own time they will come to make a presentation on their findings as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I take your note. After the next presentation, you'll then be able to engage with the two presentations. But that part that is missing, Minister, is what we want to hear. Funding is very much important. Talking of under correction, some metros are going to return about 1 billion to the fiscus. You just reported that Gauteng is returning about 150, which you gave to other provinces. I don't know what the policy says, what the law says, but because we have this project, as you take away or people are returning money, I think you must remember that you also have your children, which are these entities. Let's talk around that and see what we can do. With regard to SIU, we'll get a progress report from you. If need be, engage your counterpart, the Minister of Justice. We will also, if it comes to a push, engage with the Portfolio Committee on justice so that we see how, but we'll wait for your feedback. Thanks very much. Let's get the presentation from NHFC. You'll also, Chair, introduce your delegation, and then we continue. Thanks.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Speak into the mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Minister, the Director General, the chairs of various entities that are here today, the members of the parliamentary staff, and the colleagues in general. Chair, it gives us a great pleasure to present to this very important and august committee as the National Housing Finance Corporation. I'm joined in the team by the Deputy Chair, Ms. Macholong. I'm joined by Mr. Rupa, who's seated here next to me, who chairs the Human Capital Committee of the Board. I'm joined by Ms. Khumalo Mtunga, who chairs the ARC, which is Audit and Risk. I'm also joined by the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Jabulani Fagazi, and also I'm joined by Mr. Advocate Mtogo Xulu, who chairs the core business, which is the investment and credit. We thought, Chair, that when we were making a presentation, we will divide ourselves into different sections. For purpose of time, the team has agreed that I will go through the presentation, taking into account that the members have read so that we do not waste the time of the Portfolio Committee. Mr. Rupa will only deal with the last aspect on the suspension of the executives. By and large, I will deal with the bulk of the presentation, and then the members can come in for Q&A so that we do not fall beyond the time that has been allocated by the committee. Thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence. Chair, this is how the report is disaggregated and delineated in terms of the issues we're going to talk to. The first point, Chair, that we'd like to raise is the introduction and the background. When the board was appointed on the 1st of August, there were engagements by the Portfolio Committee. Among others was the 4th of June, at which instant our Honorable Minister made a commitment that the incoming board within 30 days will be seized to come out with a turnaround mechanisms of the organization, looking at the corporate governance breakdown, mismanagement that has been alleged. We can say confidently, Chair, that we engaged with the minister. She was able to give us a lowdown on the issues. She was able to task us as a board that we need to turn this organization around. By the same token, Chair, Portfolio Committee had met, gave clear instruction, 30 and 90 days, we need to see concrete actions coming out of the organization around alleged maladministration, instabilities, malfeasance, and all related. Germinating from that, Chair, the board took into account these resolutions of these important sectors. It was also alive to the situation that there are also other investigations that are being done by National Treasury that are being done also by the public protector. It said, we will actually package all these allegations together, but what becomes important for us is to refocus and reposition this organization for optimal performance. Out of that, Chair, the board met with management, with other external parties, with other experts, and we came around with a comprehensive 10 by 10 turnaround blueprint. The 10 by 10 turnaround blueprint, it identified 10 chronic challenges in the organization, Chair. And it then said, what are the 10 solutions that we need to be able to employ? It also so happened that on the day when we had this session, it was also on the 10th day of the 10th month. So that's why the 10 by 10 then becomes such a resonating number, for us. But what the 10 by 10 strategy was how do we reposition and recalibrate this institution for optimal performance? Looking at things that turning around the operations, build capacity, restore public confidence, the staff morale, prioritize, but at the heart of it, ramp up the performance of the organization. While we were doing that, to turn around and improve the core business, we couldn't turn a blind eye also on issues ventilated by the public, the portfolio committee and the minister. What we did, we then sat with National Treasury as well as a public protector. We said we've got over 30 matters. Public protector, which ones are you dealing with? Public protector said, I will deal with the irregular office list and other matters. National Treasury said, I will deal with the issue of the alleged IT misconduct, as well as the fraudulent use of the credit card. We then said the other matters that are remaining, we will deal with them as an organization. So we have over 25 matters as well that we are dealing with, which we then appointed through an open, transparent process, the multidisciplinary forensic investigation teams, which combined skills of IT, governance, law, public finance, risk, and so on. So these teams. So looking at all those allegations that were there, we actually want to indicate, Chair, that out of these allegations, over 30 of them were pointing to senior officials and functionaries on financial misdemeanor, corrupt practices, fraud, forgery, bullying, abuse of state resources, unauthorized travels, disciplinary actions, irregular increase of salaries and payment of executives, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The point that we are trying to make, Chair, at this committee today, if there is one signature message that we would like as we do the introduction, is that the preoccupation of the board is to make sure that we deliver on the core mandate. And that is our preoccupation, Chair. The investigations, yes, they are there, but they are in our rear mirror. Ours is to make sure that this organization is firing on all the cylinders. And that is our preoccupation. These investigations will come and go, but the body of the corporation must be able to proceed. Hence, you will see, Chair, when we report, we will indicate that since we took over from the second quarter and we'll report on the third quarter fully, we have been able to see the results of the turnaround plan, where the overall performance of the organization was 65% on the second quarter. Now it is at 74%. The core business from the second quarter when we took over, it was at 77%, now it's at 85%. The key mandate that the shareholder has given us is that it must perform over 80%. And with the core business, we are there. Recall, Chair, that we are coming from a period where the organization was performing at 19%, 39%, and 47%, below 50%. So we're confident, Chair, that there is something positive that we are doing as part of implementing the turnaround plan. As I conclude on this slide, Chair, just to give an assurance of the members that the organization is fully functional, the institutional mechanism are being put in place to make sure that the governance is strong, but more importantly, it's able to perform and meet its mandate. We have met twice with the trade unions and as well as the staff. The initial engagement was very lukewarm. Our second engagement with the staff and the trade union movement, SASPO, and how it was buoyant. You could see that there is, in fact, an indication that the organization is actually in the right pathing. On the business of the organization, Chair, I'll take 1 minute just to give a characterization that under the macroeconomic outlook in which we are reporting, we are seeing a strengthening of the rand. We are also seeing that the interest rate may actually be going down. We are seeing the inflation, the employment being benign. We are also seeing growth at 1.3%, which in their totality, it's not good, in fact, in terms of the overall economy. Now you will see, Chair, that germinating out of this slide in less than 1 minute, it means therefore, because we are an interest rate reliant organization, we need to be able now to come out with a diversified income stream from the organization, because when interest rate goes down, it means our profitability and income also goes down. We need to look at an eclectic approach where we use different variables in terms of our financial sustainability. The turnaround 10 plan that I spoke about, Chair, we disaggregated it into 3. First is the rescue place, where we said the organization is in a crisis. The 10 challenges that we identified made us to say this organization is in a crisis. Let's put it in a rescue phase. Between now and end of October, we'll then do reforms and renewal. How do we strengthen international control, build confidence, and also deal with all issues that are related to risk? The second phase, Chair, will be the stabilization phase, where we want to stabilize the organization, create a culture of consistency and credibility, but focus on entrenching and deepening and buttressing, financial performance, relook at the business model that we've spoken about on financial sustainability. And lastly, the stabilization phase, where the organization can be able to look at long-term value creation, innovation, and self-sustained growth. Institutionally term, the 10 by 10 has actually been institutionalized. There is a management operational plan that has operationalized it. It is entrenched in the organization at a board level where we do oversight. There are 2 committees of the board, the DAAC, which is the Directors Affairs and Accountability Committee. It looks at monitoring. FINIT, which is a finance and IT, looks at the planning. In any organization, when you find that there's bad performance, it means there's bad planning and bad monitoring and evaluation, typically in any organization. That's why as a board, we would want to strengthen that. This slide, Chair, also indicates that after the introduction of the 10 by 10, you will actually begin to see that there is actually improvement in terms of the quarterly performance, but also the year-to-date performance. Simply put, Chair, as I indicated as well, is that if you look at the quarter-to-quarter performance, we have moved from 65% to 75%. When we took over during the second quarter, by the end of that quarter, we're at 65, now we're at 75. But on the core business, we've actually moved to 85% from 75. So it means, Chair, that by and large, there is something positive or a positive traction that actually is beginning to actually get grip in the organization. So, Chair, these are also indicating that despite the positive trend, certain elements of the organization, like for an example, the disbursement is at over 200%. The biggest thing, Chair, that in fact we are facing and we want to deal with because of the rescue phase is that we've got high write-offs. We've got high vacancy rates. We have a very dated IT system, which impact on the performance. On the high write-offs, Chair, we did indicate at the last meeting that we will break lending, credit, and collections and write-offs, because you can't have the same people who are receiving the deals, processing them, and then writing them off. What will stop certain people to say, oh no, bring a deal, I will process it through credit, then when you don't perform, I will write it off. In other DFIs that I've said before, I've seen that. That's why we have actually divided that. On other interventions, Chair, is that our planned performance is going to exceed 80% as per the engagement with the shareholder. The first home finance, we know that it opens for the whole year. Because of the huge intake and the interest, we will actually manage it, because when we engage with the department said we do not have ad infinitum numbers of finance. So we can only give what we can give because the fiscus is under constraint. So now what we have done, like the Jobs Fund, we'll open a window, invite people, then close the window, then process them so that we do not create an undue expectations for our people. We also want to increase the approvals to 3 billion from 1 billion. We also want to, in fact, improve in terms of our investment pipeline. We are also strengthening the treasury function, Chair. That's the one that deals with collections because it's important. The other aspect, of course, is to make sure that the equity and where we actually have got equity in certain companies, we actually sell off or divest where there is no performance. The other one, the structured partnership, that is led also by the chair of BCIC working with the staff, partnership being created with Eguruleni, Tshwane and Johannesburg, but also engaging with the MECs in various provinces. Collaboration with sister organization, Chair, we think it's important so that we can actually share best practice and also see what issues we can work together. Increase the pipeline. One of the biggest things, Chair, that we are looking at and we can see in other markets is growing is student accommodation, is inner city regeneration, as well as which one am I missing? Inner city regeneration and the smart cities. Those are areas that we're seeing, in fact, positive offshoot. Lastly, Chair, I did indicate that we are moving away from the reliance on interest-linked revenue into a revenue enhancement that pulls a lot of strings, which is called eclectic. We have separated the credit granting from the collections to the write-off. It's best practice, Chair, to look at post-investment, separating it from pre-investment. Committees have been strengthened. I did indicate one of the biggest things, Chair, is to acquire the ICT system because the system that is there, it has grown a beard and it cannot actually be used anymore because it is out of date. The other thing, Chair, that we want to underscore here today is that we are revising the performance agreement of all the executives, that in their performance agreements from the 1st of April, we will include 80% performance on their performance agreement, that they must achieve 80% as a minimum, failure which consequences management. And also, we are looking at each business unit headed by that executive management. There will not be any unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Should that happen in their business unit, there will be consequences management. Under governance, Chair, we look at human capital. There's a lot of intervention, Chair, in terms of moving and improving the staff culture. Lot of interventions under the Chair, as well as the executive and the board. The meeting with NIHAO, SASPO, the trade union movement, the staff, telling us what are the issues. Lots of policy, in fact, actually has been renewed in this particular regard, just to make sure that the working environment of the staff is improving. At our last staff meeting, Chair, I should indicate that you saw complete outlook, the engagement of the staff from the time when we met with them for the first time. And also, Chair, one of the biggest albatross around the neck of the organization is these huge vacancies for the Chief Information Officer, Chief People's Officer, Chief Risk Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operations Officer, Executive for Corporate Finance. You cannot operate with an organization that has got such a huge handicap. Then it tallies well with the lack of performance. We are actually finalizing our request to the Minister on the CFO, and the COO minister will be giving us that feedback in a day or two. But the other position, we are going to the market either this weekend or next weekend, where we want to do massive recruitment in terms of this senior executive and also all other staff members, that are there. We have reconfigured the company secretariat, which assists the board to build more capacity, because if we do not have that right, it will actually kill governance. One of the things I want to highlight here, Chair, is the SIU lifestyle audit, which is going well. SIU came in, they engaged with the board, despite some misgiving that was there from the person, some members of the executives, but we have proceeded. SIU is fully engaged with the process, and we're expecting it by the 31st of March, to be concluded. Under the financial oversight, I will deal with governance, then the financial mechanics. All governance, financial governance structures, Chair, are in place. Risk is meeting, board governance structures are there. Risk and audit committee is meeting quarterly. There are also engagement with the AG, with also the chair of that committee meeting continuous with AG. The internal audit is externalized. There is an audit correction plan, and also the issues of ICT is also one of the issues that, in fact, we are dealing with. If you look at the financial performance or position of the organization, we are confident to say that our organization is a going concern, means it can meet its financial obligation for the next 12 months. If you also look at our balance sheet, our bank statement, you would actually see that at a group level, we've got 2.1 billion at group, as well as 20 billion, at company level, which indicate a strong liquidity position of the organization. Recall, if the organization has got liquidity problems, then it may actually run into liquidation issues. Also, Chair, if you look at the totality, the performance of the organization as well as the entire group is actually in a very buoyant position, because we do have cash in the bank. Our biggest problem, which is actually remains, is how do we deploy this money so that we can be able to meet the basic needs, because ours is not to keep the money in the bank. Ours is to make sure that we support projects for people who are in need, and that is one area that we are ramping it up, in that regard. Irregular expenditure, Chair, there is a determination process of the previous year. Consequences management are going to follow for this period of the current financial year till the end of the third quarter. There hasn't been any reports of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. But we also want to underscore, Chair, where people have been found to have breached these policies, we're not going to only do consequences management, but we'll also go against them and recover their losses in their personal capacities. And lastly, Chair, in this regard, we are working with the AG on the audit, clean audit project, where we are saying executives, the whole organization, no irregular expenditure, and there's big consequences. This one, Chair, is actually what I indicated earlier on, how we want to diversify our book, where we want to move away from the interest rate-based financial sustainability model into a more eclectic approach, where you'd find that we've got a lot of sources of income, whether we partner with others in the private sector, whether we structure the deal that we are senior debt, or we do MES, or we actually, we are a senior partner. That is actually, these are some of the issues that are there. The partnership as well. And Chair, on that particular note, I will therefore request that Member Rupa takes through the respected committee through the suspensions that are there in the organization as part of the governance. Thank you, Chair.
Morning to you, Chair. Morning to honorable members, honorable Minister, the DG, and the leadership of the housing fraternity. Chair, no institution derives pleasure in the suspension of the captain of their ship. It's a painful process, and it's only done under very extreme circumstances. So the forensic investigations reveal systemic weaknesses, including circumvention, misuse of delegations, unauthorized approval of executive travels, expenditure, irregular recruitment, irregular promotion practices, deficiencies in record keeping, deficiencies in governance documentation, and weak internal controls, over-reliance on undocumented processes, irregular expenditure, dereliction, and acts of criminality. These compromise the governance framework and expose the NHFC to financial, legal, and reputational risks. Chair, we must place on record that we acknowledge that these matters are currently sub judice. Based on prima facie evidence from independent forensic processes and 2 independent legal opinions, the board was obliged to suspend the CEO. The charge points are summarized for oversight purposes only, without detail on evidence or prejudgments of the outcomes, Bearing in mind that no finding of guilt or innocence is made at this stage, our processes must comply with the labor laws of the country, the PFMA, the Constitution, and the principles of procedural fairness, and therefore we are constrained, Chair, to go into a fair amount of details. So the disciplinary framework permits charge supplementation if further forensic or investigation work concludes subject to fairness, and our Chair has spoken about investigations that are being attended to by the other sister institutions in terms of Chapter 9. The National Treasury is looking at investigations, etc. So those may supplement the charge sheet. So based on the two independent legal opinions, and in terms of the fiduciary duties set out in sections 55, 56, and 57 of our Companies Act, we were obliged then to suspend the CEO at the risk of being held personally liable for violating our fiduciary obligations. Ms. Azola Mayekiso was placed on precautionary suspension in November 2025 to safeguard ongoing investigations, prevent potential interference with witnesses' records, and mitigate governance or reputational risks. The suspension rested on prima facie concerns regarding governance, financial oversight, and compliance, and was not a finding of guilt. So on the 3rd of February this month, a 28-page charge sheet was served on the CEO, starting the formal process. Her disciplinary hearing starts on the 3rd of March. The charges are in relating to what the forensic legal investigators found, which include financial misconduct, contravening the PFMA, gross dishonesty, including misrepresentation and falsification of governance records, irregular appointments and interference in HR processes, gross insubordination and breach of suspension conditions, including conduct inconsistent with board directives set out in a suspension letter, and therefore bringing the organization into disrepute. Unfortunately, the malfeasance doesn't end there. The tentacles reached out to the company secretary as well, Ms. Ntabiseng Mongali, who was similarly suspended in January due to serious concerns about governance integrity, including handling of delegation instruments and official records, and this was based on a legal opinion. Once more, instructing us that if we fail to act, we would be in breach of our fiduciary duties. The allegations against her are fairly serious: forgery and uttering of a delegation, sub-delegation instrument, gross dishonesty and negligence in governance duties, interference with witnesses during her precautionary suspension. And to give the committee an indication of the difficulty we have, she approached the former chairperson to change his affidavit where he said he did not provide her with any delegation of authority. She wanted it changed so that she could exculpate herself from the activities she was involved in. So, in conclusion, these matters highlight serious governance and financial oversight failures worsened by governance instability. The current board has acted within its mandate to stabilize the institution, restore integrity, ensure independent fair consequence management, and protect public resources in terms of the PFMA. It remains respectfully committed to transparent engagement with the committee, and as disciplinary and oversight procedures conclude, we'll be happy to come back and report to this committee. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rupert. Chair, as we conclude with honorable members as well, we would like to recommend that the Portfolio Committee notes the comprehensive report on governance, financial oversight, and integrity of process, as well as the reasons for suspension of the senior executives, including the CEO, as well as the company secretary. We so submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take that because the presentation is from the board. I must just check with the DG and the minister whether you want to add something.
Chair, I would like to add something. They are, as the presentation indicated, they are administratively skewed. They have got difficulties at an administration level in terms of representation at executive level, as they've indicated. But Chair, I just wanted to remind the portfolio and the honorable members that prior the commencement of the board, my arrival, the closing report had attached matters which were mandating the new board to continue with the investigation. And most of those reports, I think they were done by a company called SABC. And this is what honorable members were fighting me about in that meeting, that you have no business waiting for the new board, but you can take this report and institute investigations, because all of them were not conclusive. They were indicating that there were issues, but they were indicating that a forensic investigation. And this is the area, Chair, where I was explaining that if then as a shareholder we run a forensic ourselves, then who creates checks and balances on the process? Because it's the last line. And it was on that basis that we kept the report, but we made the commitment that at the inception of the board, we'll make sure that in 30 days, first 30 days, they will receive officially those reports and subsequently be instructed. During the process, honorable members will recall that they were then on some of the very same matters that SABC had looked into. Some were then reported by Honorable Mpiti to the public protector. He recorded it in one of our portfolio, and some through whistleblower processes as well were also reported to National Treasury. I just want to emphasize the point that it's not necessarily parallelism. One, we do not have the authority to close an investigation that National Treasury has already started. So our advice to the board at our conception was that engage with National Treasury, check in the host of things, which ones are they looking at, and do the same with the public protector, and then exchange notes to assist one another, because it's one entity of government, so that one was certain that everything that was reported about NHFC to those responsible entities or government departments could also be looked at by an external party. So in a sense, it gives us also an extra assurance that would the board be looking thoroughly at a credit card, for example, which National Treasury is doing. And they did that. Then we tried to reduce the scope in a way, leaving what National Treasury is dealing with, but we'll obviously engage with the board and the same public protector matters, and then they will just exchange notes where necessary. So ultimately, Chair, we will be receiving a report and findings from the public protector on whatever their office will be looking at, and also National Treasury. I'm just placing that context, though the Chair is given, so that it gets to be very clear. Parallel to these three sets of investigations now is the roundabout in terms of governance, to make sure that one, the stability of the institution is maintained so that it can continue with the business of what it's supposed to do. And then two, they've highlighted the issue, key is about the filling of the vacancies. Some emanated from the very unhappiness of the executive. They were not necessarily living. For example, the chief information officer or whatever resignation was, there was a process which was filling my juniors and I wasn't involved, I wasn't consulted, therefore bye, you know. So they then arrive at quite a number of vacancies, which mandatory by the department, we then said, for you to be able to be a board that steers productivity focus on this. They were one of the entity, for example, from the previous and the handover report where this portfolio agreed on lifestyle audits. It was one of the entities which had not yet started. So we also went into our record, your record as members, to check on what were the areas even before that we need to transfer to the new board so that they can deal with. And that is why there is a process now that they've started. They've already engaged with SIU, and the executives will be undergoing the lifestyle audit. So we've requested them to create this comprehensive case management process such that subsequently coming to the portfolio committee, we will then be able to be saying public protector is closed, or national treasury is closed, or we have closed, and these are the findings and the outcomes. Overall, almost all the three sets of institutions, NFHC itself, public protector, and national treasury, have started, and they've done quite a great deal of work in relation to the investigations. And my last part, Chair, will be on the 10 by 10, and which relates also to what you may have picked up in the media about the extra requests of board sittings or extra meetings, which yes, I've granted, because one, I didn't want to hold your investigation because they didn't have time and they can't sit to process some of the things that boards need to sit to process, whether it's an investigation, it's a forensic, whether it's a suspension or all that. They were necessary, Chair. The processes were followed. But secondly, was the issue that you don't want to come to the portfolio or any other entity as an entity of government and say the only thing I was doing for now was to investigate. No. So I needed to separate the work that they are doing in relation to cleaning the overall institution, but also holding them accountable on what they are supposed to do as a board with the limitation. And that led us into a discussion that we are also going to be forwarding some of our staff, particularly in the finance area, just to assist the entity to be able to equalize and get the business of what NFHC is about. So I'm hopeful, Chair, that in our next engagement, we really should have been closing on this one end of governance and what Member Rupa has been dealing with, and we will then be dealing mainly with the business of what NFHC has been about. It has not been a very easy process, I must say, from honorable members themselves who were telling me, yeah, you don't look like you're taking this entity serious and you mean business. You're protecting others, you don't want to start. The process members has started, and we tried to live by what we have made a commitment into this committee that we look into all, not only in relation to NFHC, but in relation to all the issues that you have raised as part of entities. And that is why I felt, Chair, it's important that because there is this report today, I request to be excused in my other meetings so that I come and honorable members engage with me directly as well, because this is sort of a first time in relation to NFHC in particular, where we're dealing with the issues that to be responsive in person. You were going to say the DM is not here, the minister is not here, we have only sent us the DG. And because we had an item, I also had to take the DG along with me. And I felt, no, the committee will say there's no respect in this room or for this room. But Chair, I also want to overemphasize the point, because I've been seeing even statements from other parties and whatever in relation to how the board has been exercising its mandate in relation particularly to governance and matters relations to the forensic investigation. I implored on them to be fair in dealing with the process. And in all the matters that need concurrence, they come to convince the shareholder, and I have taken those decisions as well. So they are not on a free rail or running a show that there are no checks and balances. To suspend the COO is not an easy task you need to come into. So they came, presented a report in the preliminary findings, seek for concurrence, and I was convinced that this is the route we have to follow. The same with the company secretary, and just an update in relation to how they've created the comprehensive case management. So I also felt that it's important that we don't tamper with what the public protector is doing. I said, continue with that way, continue in the way of National Treasury, and only deal with, to avoid duplications, deal with what they are not dealing with, which has been part of more or less 30 matters that NFHC had to investigate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the update. Really appreciated. Even with us, we're receiving emails, and I'm not exaggerating, we're receiving emails from anonymous staff members on a daily basis. At some stage, they even told us that we're protecting the CEO, we're doing what. The minister was smiling with the CEO, therefore. But since the board came in with this process, we're no longer receiving them. We're no longer receiving them. It means the staff is also convinced that the board is doing something with all these things. But what the minister is saying, that in all what you're doing, please be fair, don't prejudge, and so on.
Ever since the arrival of the board, they are no longer whistleblowers.
Yeah, they've killed all of them. Hey, this board has killed all our whistleblowers. Now that the MK party is no longer in charge, I can introduce my committee members. These committee members, the MKP was in charge, they nearly outvoted the chairperson, and you were not here. Now, for the benefit of some board members who usually don't engage with us, I know today, Minister, we said chairpersons must be accompanied because I may not say where, but sometimes you get feedback that the chairperson doesn't necessarily represent what was discussed in the meeting. So we always say they must be accompanied so that even other board members, when they are in their board or council members, when they're in their sittings, they must appreciate when the chairperson says the portfolio committee wants this and so on and so on. Other board members must be able to appreciate. So we said they must invite other board members. We have Honorable Abada representing MK Party, Honorable Gamede representing MK Party. We have the Makazi of the committee, Honorable Dlamini. We couldn't start the meeting. We had to get permission from her to say, I'm still coming, but start. Representing EFF. We have Honorable Magagula representing the ANC. Honorable Garakile representing the ANC. Honorable Pool representing DA. Honorable Ditebe representing ANC, is the whip of the ANC. And then Honorable, what's your name by the way? Honorable Frenchman representing NCC. It's a new party. small but important.
Part of the Progressive Caucus.
National Council
Don't
of
forget.
National Colored Council.
Don't forget the Progressive Caucus, Chair. She is
Yeah.
part of-
Oh, it's also part of the
Yeah,
Progressive
she is
Caucus.
part of the Progressive Caucus. You are here new.
Ah, I didn't know. I should have. She was not supposed to be part of the delegation to somewhere. I didn't know that. Okay, maybe for the benefit of other members, Minister or DG, if you can also introduce your delegation, then I'll give members an opportunity to engage with the presentations.
Okay, Chair. My immediate left is DG, Dr. Memi. I usually don't sing when I call his name. I call it flat. He calls it differently. DDG responsible for our entities and IGR, DDG Cindy Ngongo. Ubabkulu is in the NFHC, but I think that's the team that was introduced. I just don't want to leave him so you think, hey, he doesn't even know who's sitting in this line. Behind me, it's DDG Nanam Mhlongo, doctor, responsible for policy formulation in the department. This is Mrs. Kosin Yvonne. She's part who's going to be going with the portfolio to Brazil as part of our support. She's running DG cluster support for parliamentary services and is here in our offices in Cape Town. My office personal assistant, Miss Mamabulo Makoma. And behind it's parliamentary staff. DDG Dumalisile, dealing with the emergency, informal settlements, all the problems, disaster. She's going in and out, trying to sort imizamo yethu as she's sitting here. And evening yesterday, Mr. Tsekiso Machike, media liaison in the office of the minister, and the parliamentary officer will also be going with you to Brazil, Mr. Vuyani Mnyemban. So that's the ministry. The extreme at the corner in a brown suit, say may you rise, is not a visitor. His name is Matume Dikhale. He works in the Department of Human Settlements in our media and communications team. And Mr. Kamede, I've instructed him to take a picture of you and place it in our page. I did receive the complaints, Chair, in the previous sitting that Mr. Dikhale does not take. No, I'm just, Honorable Kamede represented all of you, but I must put it on record that we were reprimanded, Honorable Kirakilo, or no. We only take pictures of beautiful people. So we have included everyone today, and we will make sure that we do that. Chair, I think that's the delegation that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On my left is the Portfolio Committee Secretary. Everything comes in and goes out through her. And we have our researcher. He's new, I forgot his name. Dr. Luvuyo Jalisa. He has just joined us two months ago. Yes. He was in the Department of Water Affairs. He's just joined us as a researcher. You'll note that the researcher that we were working with, no, we had some time, for quite some time working without a researcher. There was somebody who was doubling. Next to him, on the left, this Indian man who's going up and down, not offering people food. Is Casey, is our administrator. All the logistics are organized by him. Next to our researcher is our acting content advisor, Tsepo, who's making sure that whatever we discussed has content. I used to work with somebody who will always say, this thing doesn't have marrow, man. It doesn't have marrow. Now he's the one who makes sure that our minutes, all our reports have marrow. And we have a executive secretary to the chairperson. There at the back, she sometimes run away from the chairperson, goes to wherever. But at least today she's here, Selina. She's the executive secretary to the chair. Okay, this one is from the media house, one of the media houses. I don't see well there. Yes, just introduce yourself. Speak into the mic.
My name is Notawe Mkwenwa. I'm the researcher for the study group.
Just introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Hirsch. I'm a journalist at Ground Up News.
Okay. Now that one is not he's the researcher of the ANC study group. Yes. Because like I said, once we receive your reports and so or your submissions, every political party takes it to their principals so that they are able to do it. They will research for every political party has a researcher, and they assist in doing all these things. Now, when you submit, okay, thanks. It's 11:05. Let me start by giving you 6 minutes each to interact with both reports and see how far we go. If we still have time, we'll then come back. Let me get an indication if you want to talk. Honorable Dlamini, followed by Honorable Kekakilwe, followed by Honorable Poole, Honorable Ditebe. Then I'll come back to Honorable Abada, and lastly, Honorable Gamede. And then I'll allow 2 to go, and then we get answers. Please indicate to which entity your question is referred to or the department, if your question is directed to the department. And the chairpersons and CEOs, minister and DG will answer or delegate somebody in their delegation to answer. Thank you. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the committee and all colleagues that are present. My name is Mbali Dlamini. I'm deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. First of all, let me apologize for arriving at the meeting late. The discipline of my organization teaches us that when you arrive late, you must first apologize before you proceed with whatever you want to speak about. Chair, we had written a question to the department for written reply about 3 months ago, which we have not received an answer to. So I'll ask it in this platform because IT misconduct coming from NHFC should be a general concern across all board. And we had asked for a list of IT companies that provide services to all these entities, their dates of appointments and the lapse of their appointments. And what is the estimated financial exposure, this is to NHFC specifically, linked to the irregular IT procurement and were payments suspended pending the investigation? And then to the board, how many members in the board are returning? or are all the members of the board completely new? And then, you know, it's difficult when we hear such grand plans and there are so much systematic failures in the entity. And basically, you've given in your presentation how you plan to stabilize the entity with, I mean, over 30 allegations against senior officials. And we sit here and wonder as to how do we even get to this point that the entity had degenerated to that level, especially because Honorable Mpiti, I mean, to his credit, brought this to the attention of the committee, and the tone was that there's stability. And when we come to this meeting today, there are charges against the CEO, a charge sheet that is long, as to what could have possibly been missed during the time of last year, this time, when it was first brought to the committee up until this moment. I see the DG shaking his head. One intimidate happen. And then clarity on the loan book that was contracted by 7.7% to 2.6 billion, and non-performing loans increased to 1.26 billion, which is up to 13.5%, and credit losses that rose from the 1.1 to the 2.5%. And what is the quantified recovery strategy to reverse the deteriorating loan book? And what measurable quarterly targets has the board set to reduce these ratios below current levels? And then finally to HDA, what objective criteria were used to identify and prioritize the acquisition of Sea Point, Braamfontein, Seaview? And does these acquisitions align with the approved integrated human settlements plans and verified housing demands? Because we must reach a level in the committee when the demand for housing reaches or matches the target that is given. And we want to know that does it really mitigate the demand, these particular projects? And we want surety. There's a project back home that I was trying to find out about it. Chair, I must express that whenever we ask for the department to come back at a later stage with responses, it takes quite a bit of time, in particular with Mpumalanga Mkhondo, which I've asked the Ward 10 projects on several occasions for responses to come. And we just want surety with the other projects that are happening countrywide, is that we are assured that when a project starts, there is bulk infrastructure capacity that has been independently assessed for each site, and that the department can confirm that the funding for bulk services is secured prior to construction. Because we don't want to no longer hear that there's been buildings of certain houses or projects, and then at a later stage, people don't have electricity, they don't have water to that. And then for now, Chairperson, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Khekile.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to Minister, DG, and the delegation, members of the board and their delegations, honorable members, and our support team. Good morning. Chair, let me welcome both presentations. They were straight to the point. And I will start with HDA. Let me welcome the work that has been done and that they are really trying to accumulate land for our people and improve the households. But I have a concern. I did not see the most rural provinces. I will talk to my province, Northwest. Please come to Northwest. We also want to benefit from this budget. It's not fair to see Bloemfontein, Western Cape, and our provinces and the other rurals, Limpopo, Mpumalanga are not included. Asomblif, can we include all other provinces, but start ka Northwest, please. And then I will go to NHFC. Let me welcome the presentation chairperson as well as the work done by the board thus far, given the short period that they've been in the office. But from the report, we can see that they are really doing well and there's leadership. And we hope that they are going to just keep on going high, not to relax. The entity was just a mess previously, but keep it up. And then let me also congratulate the board on their performance improvement from 60 to 74. And then for quarter 3 and quarter 2 and 3, they've improved from 77 to 85% respectively, especially when it comes to their core business. It's so encouraging to see that the board can focus on their core business and improve performance on that one. And we hope you will go to 90 plus. That is what we want to see. You can reach 100%. I've got that hope. And also appreciate the implementation of the lifestyle audit. I just want to know, has it started or is it still going to start, and when? And then there is this issue of high write-off. Chairperson, I will just want to know how much was that money, because in our last meeting, it was CEO deciding alone without the board and whatever. But please don't do a mistake of having a CEO acting as a CFO. That is very dangerous for any other entity. You cannot be a referee and a player at once. We did it. It must never happen again. If I can just get a figure of this high write-offs. And then the issue of internal audit. Chairperson, in the presentation, they've indicated that they've outsourced the internal audit to Nexia, SABC. I just want to know, what are the terms of reference for that internal audit which is outsourced? And does the board have internal personnel delegated to deal in that area? And if yes, what is their role since the function has been outsourced? And then, Chairperson, the presentation lastly also indicated that there were about 38 employees which were identified in succession, maybe when they were trying to reduce the vacancy rate based on their talent. I just want to know, beside the talent, what criteria was used to identify those people? Were they promoted from one level to another, or what exactly happened? And lastly, was the union involved in this succession placement? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let me start with HTA, followed by NHFC, then the department.
Yeah, Chair, if I may perhaps start with the issue raised by Honorable Kehakilwe on the fact that we're not accommodating Northwest. Chair, you would remember that what we have presented today represents some of the initiatives in the inner cities, but I can confirm that from our land assembly program, in fact, both in terms of assembling state land that's required by municipalities for housing and also private acquisitions. In fact, a significant proportion of our acquisitions has been in the Northwest, both in terms of, your Rustenburg, Madibeng, JB Mark, specifically in Porsche and also in Ventersdorp. And these are land parcels that are required to specifically address informal settlements. We've also assisted Ditsobotla. There's been land parcels that we bought in Ditsobotla. We've already installed services. In fact, houses have also been built there. Matlosana also benefited significantly in terms of the work that we have done. The issue raised by Honorable Dlamini, Chair, in terms of the objective criteria. You would have noticed that the buildings are specifically located within inner cities, where ordinarily there aren't really challenges with regards to bulk services, both in terms of availability and also capacity. I mean, Sea Point, clearly there's a need for housing to specifically address, affordable housing. People generally who work in the city of, city of Cape Town or in Cape Town are finding it difficult to access affordable housing. So initiatives like that are meant to specifically address that. I think the same goes for Braamfontein as well. Clearly, there's a need for social housing, affordable rental housing to address, housing challenges within the city of Johannesburg. Montclair as well. I mean, when we were doing social facilitation in Montclair to accommodate flood victims, we also received information from the community, adjoining communities, that there is also a greater need for housing by them. Why are we only prioritizing the flood victims? So clearly, yes, there is sufficient capacity to address, to support the proposed developments. Thanks, Chairperson.
Are you fine?
Yeah.
Okay. NHFC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, for purposes of sufficient detail, can I request that Chair indulge me that I will come on the issue of the board members, and I request the CEO, let me just deal with them methodologically. Issues that are related to finance, the loan book, the performance of the loan book, and everything else to Member Khumalo, who's a chair of ARC, very briefly, so that at least there's sufficient detail. Then also quickly request the deputy chair or the deputy chair or member Rupa to deal with the issue of lifestyle audit, and also the member Khumalo on the outsourced the functionality, and the CEO on the employee succession. Then I will deal with the other one very briefly, Chair, if Chair allows. Colleagues, please come through. Through you, Chair.
Let's start with the CEO. Acting CEO.
Acting CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to the members of the committee. On the question of succession, there is a succession pool and at NHFC, and the reason for the pool is to have staff that are mentored, trained to become ready to act or even to be considered for appointments in senior positions when vacancies occur. So what then happens is that when there are positions that become vacant, they will apply, compete, be interviewed, and whoever is successful will then be appointed. But I think where the problem happens is when you have people outside of the pool who then get appointed into the positions where others are not considered. Those are some of the issues that have been raised in this committee, that there were sort of illegal appointments, people who were appointed from outside as an example, and when the internal candidates were not even considered. So I think that's the response that I can give to the question around succession pool and people being appointed to the senior positions in the entity. I think that's a question that I was supposed to respond to, Chair.
All right, thank you. Through you, Chair, can I ask Member Khumalo Umtunga to then deal with the issue of the financial outlook, the loan book, but also I think what is related to it is the diversification of our income stream or revenue, which I'll ask Member Kolu because it deals with the core business on other initiatives that are there to make sure that we diversify the loan book for financial sustainability. Very briefly, colleagues, thank you. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. So on the first one, on the issue of the deterioration of the loan book, the question was around the contraction by 7.5% and what strategies we have to reverse the deteriorating loan book. So if one looks at the figures that were presented, We looking at loans and advances sitting at about 3.7 billion for the group and 2.4 billion for the company as at December, which obviously reflects a contraction if one compares it to the status as at the end of March, which is the audited figures. This reflects the decline in terms of settlements around issues of the loans that are issued. So what we are looking at in terms of addressing that and the strategies that we are applying is what management and the board are currently looking at is credit-related policies that we are currently reviewing, which are at approval stages because we are currently discussing like your credit policies and your interest policies, which are at approval stages. And this review of these policies will enable the company to respond appropriately to our mandate, and they will contribute to the project viability of these different tools. And they will also increase the loan book. And the other thing that we are currently discussing as the board is the whole issue of how best we will roll out an incubator program, because the rolling out of an incubator program will assist to address the incapacity issues that are currently emerging in the space where you have emerging developers. And this will in turn, if we can get it right, this will in turn contribute to increasing the loan book. So between the different committees of the board, those are some of the things that we are looking at, but primarily around looking at the review of policies that inform some of the decisions that are taken and in an effort to try and increase our loan book. The second one that I'd like to deal with is the issue of the high the high write-off that we mentioned. It was in the region, if my memory serves me well, it was in the region of about 80 million that we looked at as at the end of the previous financial year. So what had happened, because I think the question was around that, was in terms of the approval. You would recall that there was a period where there was no board at the end of the financial year, I think post-April, and the time that we came on board in August. So what happened when the financials were submitted to the Auditor General at the end of May, as per the PFMA, those submissions to get the appropriate approvals for those write-offs, they were then submitted without those appropriate approvals, and they were then presented to us when we came on board. And we had extensive discussions in trying to find solutions to try and avoid the write-offs. So those are just some of the things that we are looking at. And lastly, I think on the issue of the internal audit being an outsourced function, yes, there are terms of reference. So basically within the entity itself, there isn't a department that deals with internal audit. It's fully outsourced, and they deal primarily directly with the Office of the CFO and the Office of the General Manager for enterprise-wide risk management. So when we came on board, particularly in the Audit and Risk Committee, we have looked at the motivation and the submission that management put forward to look at insourcing the function. And what we then looked at based on what was presented to us is that, one, with all the instabilities that are happening and everything else, the organization is not ready now to insource the function. So we said for the next 2 years, we will again go out on tender to find a service provider for the internal audit service. And on the 3rd year of that appointment, because it's for 3 years, we must then look at a strategy of insourcing the function. So, and that process is underway in terms of the tender itself. So, currently, the internal audit, they report directly to the Audit and Risk Committee. We have regular meetings, and I personally, as the chairperson of Audit and Risk, have specific meetings with the internal audit as well as the Auditor General to then deal with issues, whether it's reports or issues that need to be dealt with by the committee, and then we feed through to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Member Kolo.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just add from the Board Credit and Investment Committee, I think members, we are equally concerned about the contracting loan book. And actually what has been driving the contraction is the fact that we've been over collecting on the performing book. And in relation to its representation, it also, as a percentage, shows that the non-performing loan book has increased. But actually, in numbers terms, it has flatlined. So we don't have a problem of an increasing non-performing loan book. We have an over success in the collection. So we are eating into a good book without replacing it on time. And what we have then decided is that we need to be smarter in terms of how do we grow our approval rate. So you'll see currently we average about R1 billion in approvals and we disperse about 400. So the trend is that about 40% of what we approve, we disperse. And what we are saying in our presentation is that we want to increase that to 3 billion. So that even if you maintain the current trend, you are still having at least R1 billion in disbursements. And the idea is that the disbursements must overtake the level of collection. So the collection rate must continue. However, the pipeline must keep growing. What we have currently is that we don't have sufficient transactions that can move the needle for us to be able to outperform our collection rates. And how do we believe that we can get this? We do mention in the presentation that we are going to retain as partnerships or at least professionals that can come and assist us in generating firstly the pipeline, but also transaction advisory capabilities internally so that we are able to turn our applications into successful transactions. And we've identified in this case, within the ecosystem, we think there are opportunities in cases where there's a metro, for instance, there are state-owned housing companies who have units that are ready to be implemented, however, are not able to close the financial piece. So we are, before the end of the financial year, going to conclude at least with the city of Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane. Those themselves, we are estimating around 10,000 units just on those low-hanging fruits. There are other developers, which we also see in our current book, where you have performing clients because they are able to bring bankable projects and they have a better forecast. So we want to crowd in more private sector developers who can tell us on a multi-year basis how many units can come in, so that when we have a pre-approved facility, at least there's the greater prospects of growing the approvals and the pipeline without really depending only on walk-ins, because walk-ins are slower than the levels of our collections and obviously are frustrating our disbursements. We also obviously taken a view that we also have to have a greater national footprint. So in cases where they aren't state-owned housing companies, we believe that there's ways of creating transactions with MECs, so that in pockets where we don't have enough footprint, we can start creating a domesticated strategy so that we can have this pool with the support of provincial government. And lastly, as my colleagues has mentioned, we also identified that some of the impediments in terms of our disbursements were caused by policies that are not responsive to the demographics of our applicants. So if you have a pricing policy that is unaffordable for Black developers, for instance, you can approve them, but you can never disperse. There's also issues about how do we deal with our quasi instruments and how do we crowd in impact investment. Housing obviously is one of the targeted spaces for impact investing. So those kinds of initiatives in policy, in partnerships, and obviously looking at impact and footprint are ways of us being able to develop a greater pipeline that is more bankable, one that grows beyond our level of collection. And over time, we might have a net growth of the loan book instead of what we have now, where we're collecting more than we are dispersing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just two questions quickly that I'm going to be very quick. The question that has been asked by honorable member around the board, we've got 3 out of 11 members, which are old members. So there's a fair representation of the previous board. Then the list of IT companies, I think we'll circulate that through your guidance, Chair, to the committee. And also on the issue of the SIU, we are expecting the report of everything concluded by the SIU by the 31st of March. So that particular process, in fact, has moved on and it's near a conclusion. And lastly, Chair, is the issue that indeed the loan book, when we look at it and the deterioration, that is where the concrete intervention was to separate credit from collections and write-offs, because we can't be granting credit but also writing off. You know, it just doesn't make sense, you know, so that's why we separated that to be able to manage that. Further than that, it's also a situation where we are departing away from the interest rate-based financial sustainability. Remember, the Reserve Bank is revising the prime rate. In the next few months, the prime rate will collapse. As an organization that is dependent on pricing through the prime rate as a baseline, it will have negative consequences for us as a business. Hence, we are looking at different ways in terms of pricing our debt and financial sustainability. Thank you very much, Chair.
Whether it's DG or
before you start, the SIU is doing the lifestyle audit. That's the one we're expecting the report by the end of March. Member Rupa has just reminded me. Thank you, sir.
okay. DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a greeting to the honorable members of the committee and the honorable minister and colleagues in the boards, in the department, as well as Parliament. Chair, let me start first with the matters raised by Honorable Dlamini in respect of the assertion that we had said that there's nothing wrong and that all is stable this time last year, and what has happened in between because of the long list of charges that are being leveled against the CEO. We have never said that all is well, and we have never given the NHFC a clean bill of health. In effect, it is our own assessment of the entity when we conducted it, and we raised serious concerns that performance were below par. We had set a performance above 80% for them to meet, and they had not met that for 2 financial years, and we were concerned about that. There had been even engagements between the department and the entity, both at management as well as board level by the minister. And in this regard, we have never said that. So we were always concerned that the entity is not what it is. The matters raised by Honorable Mpiti, he had raised these matters, and several whistleblowers had also raised some of the matters, some similar, some new. When they were raised, where we differed with Honorable Mpiti was on his request that the minister steps into the fray of immediate and be the person of first instance in the investigation of the CEO, even at some point in one meeting calling for the minister to actually act of immediate against the CEO. And we were clear that the minister will be acting ultra vires if she was to enter the fray when the governance protocols applicable to us and the governance of our entities do indicate that such function must be played by the board. And we were emphatic in saying that we will not sweep anything under the carpet. We will await the appointment of the board, and once the board is in place, we will give due regard to a due process that needs to be followed, and that process will be transparent, above board. And I think the conduct of the minister and of the department till thus far has been vindicated by what has transpired till now. So at no stage had we said that all is well. We were clear that all is not well. The allegations were posited, and we said we note them and we note that they are of a serious nature, but it is not advisable that we act of immediate in a manner in which the honorable member was suggesting that we act. We had done everything we said we would do in respect of of that. And once the board minister made the commitment to the committee and the committee made it a resolution of this committee that within 30 days after the board has taken over, minister must have already briefed them, referred the matters to them to consider and to act appropriately as such. It has happened exactly that way, Chairperson. So that matter we seek to clarify in that way. In as far as the issue about the criterion for land acquisition, I think the HDA has answered that, but we will want to clarify the policy around this matter quite clear. The department's directive to the entity, the HDA, it's at the primary of the policy is the bridging of the apartheid spatial divide. That in their consideration of properties to buy, they must buy them in the pools that, development pools that relatively bridges and closes that divide. So the urban pool and spatial apartheid pool tells you that the townships are dormitories for the urban centers where economic opportunities are. And this dormitories is where the labor force simply stay. And it provides cheap feeder labor to the urban center, but does not reside in that urban center. Only the affluent rest and stay in that surrounding urban center. And the idea is to buy land closer to that center and within that center where it's opportune. And we realize that the land in that center is more expensive than the land away from that pool. If you are buying land 30 kilometers away from that center, it's much cheaper. It looks attractive, but you are perpetuating as the state untold economic horrors on the poor, very poor you are seeking to serve. Because if you look at the 2001 Nambio study on expenditure patterns among families, you realize that in South Africa, transportation is not 5 like in Europe. It's item number 2. It's first food and beverages, that's what they spend most of their money on. And secondly, transportation. And even in other instances, thirdly, rent, or mortgage bonds come third for the poor. And if you can then look further. So if you are putting the poor far away from these urban centers, you are actually saying that they must work actually for transportation and that 40% of their disposable income is spent on that. That can't be right. So the state by policy has taken a firm resolution that it must contest and compete with the private sector for this urban land, and it must buy it. And the entity, the HDA, has been given a clear mandate that it must compete on those market-related costs and buy and access that land and secure it for development for the poor, whether be it for social housing or even subsidized housing, including RDP houses. So that is the policy, and the primary consideration, that is the criterion they must follow. They must seek out land that has amenities, that has serviced, that is prime, and that is available for purposes of resettling the poor. If any land they are buying does not fit in with that, then they need to give us motivation why they are seeking out such land. Some are strategic, even though they are not at the urban centers, for what we are seeking to do and knowing the economic situation of South Africa. But that be the case, that's the primary policy consideration. Honorable Dlamini, we do not have, I can assure the committee and Honorable Dlamini that we are sitting, Minister has a report of the leader of government business as well as the clerk of papers in Parliament, indicating clearly that we have answered all parliamentary questions and we do not have any outstanding parliamentary questions. And in this current session, the 10 parliamentary questions we have received are still not due in Parliament. The deadline for them has not passed, and we have just scanned them again. And what is being raised is not part of those parliamentary questions, even in this 10 that we're sitting with. So we will, however, come back to the committee secretariat and also check with the clerk of papers once more and would seek a written confirmation that we do not owe any parliamentary questions. We are, however, ready and more than willing to provide any information, including the one you say you are requiring about the ICT contracts that entities are utilizing. We will gladly respond to that when the question does indeed come our way. On the issue of our response, that it typically takes far too long, and the example being given is that of Mkondo. I think we acted expeditiously fast. Once you brought the matter to our attention, we immediately acted, including a bypass visit by the minister in Mpumalanga to Mkondo. And in this regard, we have since, this is a matter that we national can't deal with directly, and we have since charged the province of Mpumalanga to handle this matter. They've given us confirmation that indeed, after their initial engagement with Mkondo, they have constituted an investigation. Unfortunately, we have to await their investigation outcomes. We cannot come back to you with a half-baked story when the investigation remains incomplete. We may decry perhaps the slow pace of the investigation, but yes, the matter is at that point and it's following due process. We will make yet another spirited follow-up with Mpumalanga to seek the answers you are looking for, Honorable Member. In as far as the assurance for bulk, Minister, I think will deal with that. It has been a strong directive from her about this matter in terms of our business plans that we sign with provinces. And we are just more than happy that with the recently provided 2 days ago, the Treasury gave us the almost finalized version of the grant framework. And it covers exactly this, what the Honorable Member is raising, about the fact that we must ensure that all projects in future that are being approved are approved only on land that has bulk and on land that has already been serviced, so that we can address projects where houses have been built, but yet those people still don't have water. So that directive has long been issued, and now the grant framework will make it impossible for anybody to do that. If they do, it becomes an act of financial misconduct for which the accounting officers of the respective provinces and metros may be dealt with. Just on the issue that you raised, I think the NHFC addressed properly the issue of sustainability of their balance sheet. But just to add that we the department have now directed them to, in the growth of their pipeline, as the chairperson speaks to, and Honorable Board Member Kulu raises, we have said that they must diversify their offerings, meaning that they have traditionally been lending in these portfolios only, or these products. They need to increase those products and cover new areas they have not covered before. And we think that if they diversify the new offerings and start funding or financing people that traditionally they were not financing, then that will grow the pipeline. And one of the most secure ways that will guarantee them an immediate uptick in increase in numbers is in what we are currently designing with them and with the Department of Public Administration and with government employees' pension funds. And that is the government employees' housing scheme. Minister is a champion of that. She has said she wants to see this thing up and running in 2 years. So we are hopeful we will conclude it in 2 years that it's running. With it, the uptake will be high, just by the sheer number of civil servants. But secondly, it will be protected income from a collection point of view, because the mechanism we seek to safeguard that collection from is PERSAL. So in order for you to access a state-aided house, if you qualify for it, this will be non-SMS members. But if you do qualify for it, in order for government to give you that subsidy and for you to do it that way, you'll have to sign a form saying that must be collected from your salary before you get it. And that must be handed over to the NHFC as a financier. So just that one scheme will aid in reaching the ambitious target of 3 billion in disbursements, as you had, Chair. So we're just giving this as an example of the heavy lifting we're doing now to be able to meet this gigantic challenge. The last issue is on the write-offs that Honorable Kekakula raised. I think the other matters, including the securing of land by the HDA in Northwest and other areas, they have been properly ventilated and answered. Just on the write-offs, we must make a clear distinction. I know that the chair of the ARC has responded partially to this, but we are saying what was written off was what preceded even the former board and even the former CEO. And we were emphatic to say that the recent transactions, which were still in the purview, couldn't be written off. And we were very clear that separation must be made for those that have not prescribed and for which we can still be able to trace people and for which we can be able to challenge. And Minister was very clear. That schedule had to be amended and be brought back to us. We only okayed it and Minister only signed it off, only on the strength that we were certain that most of the debt is prescribed and couldn't at all be. And yet the AG was raising consistently repeat finding about this matter not being dealt with and that the prescribed book has not been attended to. We couldn't just sit on our laurels and not do anything. We had to assist the entity, save for the fact that there was no board. So the AG said they will accept signed financial statements by the minister, but they'll consider them as interim until a new board has actually signed them. And it was only on that basis that the minister signed it, and it was then submitted timeously before the prescribed date of the 31st of May. So once we were in and they were in, the AG, however, audited every other thing except that schedule. And once the new board kicked in, it was then handed over to them. They also did their own fiduciary duty on the list of the write-ups, satisfied themselves what they needed to write off and what they couldn't, and then finally submitted for AG for final audit. So I wanted to give that chronology so that context is not lost as to what we are really talking about. So it was not a free-for-all. Some of the debts were like 7 years old and 10 years old, never collected. And there were no prospects whatsoever of collecting them because by law, government debt prescribes after 3 years. So, and we were clear that whoever was in charge before, even before the previous board, because it was only there for 5 years. So year 6, 7, 10, backwards, they too inherited that. The only thing was, why then were they not doing the write-offs? Why were they just perpetuating these things going on and on without cleaning up the books? So we had sought with the new minister to clean up those books and to make sure that the picture Parliament sees of the balances are actually reflective so that it doesn't show as if NHFC is owed so much money when in effect is owed this little because it can never collect this portion. And that cleanup, we did it in that manner I've explained. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. DG has covered quite a great deal, but firstly, I wanted to start with the comment you raised in relation to the support that HDA, amongst other things, need financially. I thought DG will also indicate that much as we've concluded at the end of January, the review in terms of stop and reallocation for municipalities, the conditions of the grant and the framework doesn't allow us to utilize the stop and reallocation and open a window to support the entities. But we have agreed at the budget forum that this is a matter ourselves, not only human settlement, but department that carries concurrent functions. That is ourselves, health, and many others, can then be able to go to the budget forum and raise the issues on how do we deal with the conditions. Because logically, as we are saying, Chair, it doesn't make sense that as the human settlement family will then take money back, knowingly that we have an entity or even two that can be able to utilize the funds, but the grant transition framework doesn't allow us, even if there is a need. So the need has been identified and those measures are being undertaken. We're hopeful that we may be successful in convincing that they can be also part of the line items in terms of receiving the reallocation or on top of what they are getting. The conditions are quite stringent, Chair. The second part which I want to add into what the DG has raised in relation to Honorable Dlamini's question it's not only about Umkhondo municipality then. What we then dealt with in terms was the overall grant framework. And this helped us to distinguish that we are not a Department of Housing, but we're a Department of Human Settlement. And that is why a portion of our grants allows municipalities to even repair their own sewer system. So that there's no sewer that runs in the street. Even if you have a beautiful house, then you don't enjoy it. The roads, even their waste collection. That is why it is so frustrating at a concurrent level that even when you have dealt with such a grant framework, you'll still be turning money back. Because here a municipality, a metro, or can then be saying, okay, I've got 20 additional informal settlements. I can buy trucks utilizing the human settlement grant and be able to collect waste and the people have clean neighboring. So there's quite a lot of what the grant framework now allows. Fire services as well. I mean, that we still respond the same way to Imizamo yethu and Danone is a story for another day. But that part of the grant allows that you could be able to even do those additions because we are led to and alive to the fact that you have got over 4,000 informal settlements in the country. And therefore, it puts different pressures. But what do we see, for example, in the informal settlement? You see only the huge spending in chemical toilets and in tankering and what, something which does not eradicate. In fact, some other day will show you what National Treasury has came back to us in terms of that grant framework. They're actually calling for a total reduction to almost zero in terms of hiring of the chemical and what. And I can't blame them. When your duty is to eradicate, but you perpetually and are heavily funding, what does not take you towards an eradication of that informal settlement? As to whether the medicine is it's dispersed appropriately, I also think it's too bitter that you can't cut a service today and you say it has ended, because that does not stop the need for an ablution facility in an informal settlement. So it begs the question then, how are they going to relieve themselves? So our view to National Treasuries were in agreement. This issue is raised by us in our monitoring, but how we need to prioritize and exercise control on the grant begs to differ in terms of approach of an automatic just rather cut. But we're on the table with that. I'm raising this because I know almost all, particularly small and rural provinces, this is one of the challenges. The huge backlog on our Garile of Northwest that makes suppliers not to be paid on time and many other challenges that we have is precisely because they've built many houses on land that was never serviced. So we've got a high incomplete projects in that way, because even if you may be utilizing that house, if it has no ablution, it doesn't take a full settlement in our records. And that is why we had to engage the province to relook into dealing 80–90% with the blocked projects or incomplete projects so that they can be able to deal with that. But I do agree, Honorable Kiagilwe, in terms of HDA. The DG just made an example in relation to government employees as part in NHFC. But under HDA, we're also thinking that it is important that we now go strongly into rural provinces or semi-rural provinces, and we'll be targeting those that are not showcasing in what we have been doing in the current work. But it begs us, Chair, to respond appropriately to your question in relation to the financing of these entities. Chair, I agree DG has responded to the question of Honorable Dlamini, but I'm going to request the entity They may not be able to do it now, particularly NFHC, to please list the IT companies that you have in your system. Because now it has been recorded, it's in Parliament, we owe that response. We didn't come ready for it, Chair, but I think in a matter of a week, members of the board in NFHC, let's please put that response to the chairperson in writing. I think it's simple and straightforward. IT companies we have, the costs, when were they appointed, how long will be their contracts running, and etc. But DG is correct. I'm not sure, it might have gotten lost in the system. It is not part of what we had and we're supposed to respond to, Chair, but really there's no qualm about responding to it, and we'll make sure at least by the end of the week that we receive that. There are only two returning Honorable Dlamini members of the board from the previous board. I think it's a total of about 11 if we exclude the CEO and the COSEC, which also sit in the board but are employees of the entity. I think it's Honorable Dube and who Mabaso, yes, and COVID, yes. Three actually, now that I.
So there are three.
Yeah, there are
Because
three.
the chair says three, minister says two.
Well, as I
Three.
started, actually, the one I start with is the one I didn't write down. Funny. I start to respond, then I remember there's a Dube as well. But it's 3 out of 11, Chair. Those are the ones that we have. Honorable Dlamini, I would want us to appreciate also as honorable members, and this is one of the reasons earlier on I said to the DG, let's go and make a compelling case that we have to attend this portfolio committee. So we are responsive to honorable members. The entity itself, even before the arrival of the current board, received the reports which were ran by the previous board. The only thing Honorable Mpiti did was to say, Minister, you're slow. I'm taking the very same credit card complaint that the board has investigated. I'm taking it to the public protector. I'm taking the very same matter of illegal appointments or something to the public protector because you say you cannot investigate. He didn't discover much. All of us didn't. Actually, it were whistleblowers. And when I was giving this response to the committee, which is not only in relation to NFHC, I found a report about the CEO at NHBRC. I found a report about the CEO at SHRA. I found a report about NFHC. And CISOs, I've taken the very same direction on all of them. So one day we will sit here and talk about NHBRC. I did not investigate. I received the report. The board started working. I handed it over. I was saying to the portfolio, allow me to exercise what the law is mandating us in terms of our memorandum of incorporation, that the board needs to be seized with such matters. But equally, as I indicated earlier, I found no wrong, which was a commitment I made to this board when he reported that, Minister, you are late. I'm already have reported this matter to the public protector. I made a commitment to you. I said, we will cooperate with the public protector and National Treasury in their investigation, of which we are still doing. And the board, I am aware, have received some preliminary reports as well from the public protector so that they're able to close the matters of NFHC that both the public protector and National Treasury was. I usually do not have a problem, with the credit and whatever. To me, it's actually issues that are neither here nor there for me. I must do the work. Even if I get no credit, it's my mandate that I need to do the work. The same as when I'm supposed to take responsibility for act on an omission. I'll take it in that spirit that what did today and Kalimela, I know you're not doing well here. You need to go and improve. And I will take it in, the portfolio, I'll take it in that spirit. So I'm encouraging that even if there is a blind spot anywhere where we are not realizing anything, honorable members really have a responsibility as well to say, you are not doing well here. you must improve here, you must accelerate in such issues of the performance of the entities. Chair, I think those are the only few areas that I'd wanted to make additions on, other than what the DG has indicated, but also to just appreciate the two entities. We'll talk about PPRA, CISOs some other time, Chair, as we are built to do that. They've really lifted, and that is why I thought it was important for you to get the context of why they had to request additional meetings, because the work needs to show equally that the mandatory work of the board is being done while they're dealing with the cleaning of the governance work. And I think they've been able to showcase that, and will continue in that spirit, also assisting HDA to be able to cover its mandate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Honorable Gamede, you were looking down. No, it's not your time. I'm saying look up so that that man must take you a photo. You were looking down. I invited that man so that you take a photo. Otherwise, you're going to miss. Okay, Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to acknowledge the Honorable Minister and DG, as well as the different HDA and NHFC's CEOs and their officials or their boards. Honorable members, Chair, yes, is indeed. We welcome the strategic acquisition of well-located land, particularly in the inner city nodes. But it's important that that translate into occupation. That's important. The committee, and I believe what I'm part of, for us, measure success will be how many families is housed, not particularly or land secured. That's why I want responses on the following. Can HDA provide a consolidated implementation schedule for all 5 sites, including construction, commencement, and occupation dates? 2, what is estimated cost per unit for each development? And how does this compare with national social housing benchmark? What proportion of these projects is fully funded versus still depend on future allocations? And fourthly, collectively, these projects amount just over 1,000 units. How does HDA assess this scale of impact relative to the 2.4 million of housing backlog? But the NHFC concern, yes, Minister, this, and you alluded to it, but it's a pure example of how perfect oversight must be if it comes to the suspension of the officer of the CEO of NH, the previous one. That is perfect oversight. That's how you, as a member of the committee, you create in different parts, you get issues brought under your attention. Sometimes it's whistleblowers, sometimes it's your neighbor, but it's something you have to react on. And despite who brings it to the table, collectively, it worked for us. Collectively, it brought an outcome still to be determined. I was covered completely when it comes to the members speaking before me. when it comes to NHFC. All my questions was posed and asked, and I got an answer was provided. Thank you, Chair.
NHFC must be doing something, I don't know, to satisfy a member of DA. Okay, Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's normally what happens when you derive your truth from facts. So if you are data-driven, you will satisfy even the most strident critics. That's what I'd like to know, Chair. Thank you to the HDA and NHFC, Minister and DG and their teams for the presentations. Chair, allow me to just go back to the issue that Honorable Dlamini raised, which the Minister and the DG have so far also very comprehensively responded to. You'll remember that we were in Mark's building when the allegations, based of course on the anonymous emails that all of us in the Portfolio Committee were receiving from time to time with regards to the goings on at the NHFC. And on behalf of the ANC at that time, because I remember I took notes meticulously, I said, in response to those allegations, we regard the response by the Minister and DG as comprehensive, honorably straightforward and frank to very serious allegations being leveled against the NHFC CE, insofar as a strict observance of principle of good governance, good corporate governance must be a permanent feature of the life of the NHFC. And I went on to make certain specific recommendations, which I will repeat, and I'd like, in response to those recommendations that I made in that meeting, NHFC to respond to. And I said there must be developed an action plan to process all outstanding matters relating to this investigation, preferably 3 to 4 months. In particular, the use of the Risk Management Office to train and retrain staff on the Protected Disclosures Act 26 of 2000. And I referenced here, Chairperson, according to my notes, Honorable Magagula's comments on faceless whistleblowers, the point that you raised. So, and engage the change management processes at the workplace to recalibrate and restore all broken parts of relations across the board. That was on behalf of the ANC. So, in other words, all parties were concerned. We expressed ourselves in many different ways. And I think what the Minister said is very much correct, and the DG. So it is important that we set the record straight. Chairperson, incidentally, on my way to Cape Town yesterday, I stopped over at the OR Tambo Airport, and I was attracted. One gentleman called Gabelo at Bucking Books, or whatever name of the store, recommended to me a book called Noise. And this is about a flaw in human judgment, right, by behavioral scientists, Kahneman and Olivia Sibony and Cass Sunstein. And so it is so ironic that as I was reading this on my way here, and we are dealing with this, and one particular person has arrived at a conclusion that they and they alone were correct about what they said in relation to the issue of the NHFC. And here, fortunately, I have a record of what I said. So I commend this book and many others. Chairperson, now, having said that, I would like to therefore put the following questions. I've already raised the issue of Protected Disclosures Act, change management practices, etc. And I'm satisfied based on the responses of the NHFC that they are on track in looking at all of those issues. Now, I'd like to know with regards to the loan book, given an admission by the NHFC that it is seriously impaired because of the lack of separation of roles, etc. And of course, they said that they are doing something about it. Would they still say that the liquidity ratio of the entity, depending on the different liquidity ratios that you use, cash equivalents, etc., current assets over liabilities and so forth, that the liquidity ratio that they use still allows them, the state of the loan book notwithstanding, to say, you know, we are in a healthy state? That's the first question. Now, the other chairperson, still to the NHFC. You know, these days, as a result of huge advancements in artificial intelligence, you have machine learning. SARS uses it, you know, to track us down and see whether we are honest in the declarations we've made about our incomes, etc. Now, given the important work that you are doing and to try and turn things around at the NHFC, and I know these things don't come cheaply, I'd like to know whether you've thought about the use of machine learning algorithms in order to put you back on track and to ensure that the going concern status that you have said that you have attained in the context broadly of the liquidity ratio that is healthy, that is even stronger. And this then takes me to the next question. This is now to the shareholder with regards to the entity transitioning into a Human Settlements Development Bank. Is there a roadmap so that you can satisfy us that, as indeed you said in the past, that you are intent on transitioning the entity into a Human Settlements Development Bank? Of course, we acknowledge all the challenges that you've had. So to the HDA chairperson, the NBC building in Bloemfontein, when are you beginning with its repurposing and upgrading? Because there's a need for accommodation, certainly in the city. And as people migrate from the peripheral areas, in particular of that particular metro, as you know, you have areas as far-flung as Van Stadensrest, which is about almost 200 kilometers from Bloemfontein, but is part of the metro, but very much rural. And given, of course, the comments that the DG made about people spending their net income on transport and other essentials of life. Chairperson, those would be my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me start with the NHFC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and the question that have been asked by the two honorable members. Chair, before I in fact come in and deal with a few questions, through you, Chair, can I request that Member Khumalo deal with the issues of ratios, your debt income ratios, your liquidity ratios, your solvency ratios, so that at least there can be a response to the honorable member. And also, I would actually ask the Deputy Chair to deal with the issues of the Human Settlement Development Bank, and we'll then deal with the one or two other issues very briefly, as asked by honorable members. Through you, Chair. Thank you. Member Mtungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. On the issue of the health of the ratios, given the contraction in the loan book. So basically, what the ratios are reflecting is the fact that whilst the financial performance is reflecting a stable and a resilient position, it is definitely supported by strong liquidity, as we noted and presented the fact that we have over 2 billion as the company alone, not even looking at the group, because the main factor in the group numbers is it comes from NHFC as the company alone. We have disciplined cost management plans that are in place, and we have effective portfolio oversight over all the instruments. And even though the results that we are showing as of December remain ahead of the budget insofar as at the surplus level, the performance of the financial performance continues to be influenced by the loan book contraction, which we so eloquently presented, and which largely arises from issues of settlements and strong collections, with the effect and the impact of the lower interest rates, as we indicated, the fact that the large input insofar as our revenue is concerned is as a result of the performance of the interest rates. So when they go down, it really affects us. So, but the timing in terms of as they relate on the variances that we present, that also comes into effect on the issues of revenue and expenditure. So when we look ahead in terms of the focus that we have, it is focusing on the issue of rebuilding the loan book itself, the growth, and as well as strengthening the income from core lending activities. The chairperson spoke of other methods that we need to employ to try and sustain our revenue, as opposed to just looking at issues of the loan book as they are influenced by interest rates performance. So the completion of the key framework reviews that we are looking at, and the readiness of the implementation of policies in the new financial year, they will position the organization such that it improves the lending momentum and enhances the asset utilization, which supports sustainable financial and developmental policies. Because the other conundrum that we obviously are faced with is the fact that as this entity, we have to look at the developmental issues whilst we also look at issues of sustainability of our business, because we do not get grant from the government. But I can assure the members that liquidity is strong, and our solvency and our ratios are actually strong, and we will sustain that, even though the loan book is currently contracting. Thank you.
Deputy Chair.
Right, thank you, Chair and honorable members. The issue of the Human Settlements Development Bank is certainly a great concept, and it is forward-looking. I think when we came in August, we realized that there was quite a lot of legacy issues, as you've heard, that we needed to deal with. And moving to a Human Settlements Development Bank would require quite a lot of things, including an overhaul in some of the processes and structures of the organization. And our focus as this board, we took it upon ourselves to say, let's take the organization through certain stages, as we presented earlier, that the first stage that we looked at was that we were going to take the organization through a rescue phase, and then later on into a stability phase. And during those conversations, we also had to, I think, do any self-introspection within the organization to say, are we ready to transition into an HSDB? And truly the answer was that we were not yet in a state that we could transition. And thus then we then engaged with our shareholder. And from those engagements with their shareholder, we have agreed that the shareholder will be the one that will take the lead when it comes to the issues of the HSDB. So, Mr. Dithebe, that's essentially where we are, is that the shareholder will lead us going forward. Thank you.
Lastly, through you, Chair, Mr. Rupa, on issues of policy overhaul and whistleblowers.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question, Member Dithebe. The issue of the Protected Disclosures Act, when we arrived, we were informed that an employee who had laid a grievance against the CEO was on suspension. We then sought legal advice, and we were told that the actions of the former CEO were totally irregular and going so far as illegal, because instead of dealing with the complaint, she suspended the employee and then brought in a service provider outside of supply chain requirements to investigate who the whistleblower is. Now, that is really unacceptable, given the light of fact that our Minister of Justice last week just announced extra protection for whistleblowers. So we had to deal with the matter. The employee is now back. At a policy level, we're revisiting every one of our policies. There are 20 odd policies that will be engaged with organized labor in the second week of March. Hopefully, we will then bring it through the policy cycle. In terms of the change in culture, we've commissioned a culture climate survey with a service provider, indicating to us the extent of the breakdown in the relationships, asking for recommendations to restore a good order. Management at the HR level is looking at a book called 1001 Ways to Reward Employees, looking at employee wellness and a range of other issues, for example, a sports club. So much effort is being put into the soft issues to restore confidence in the employees, which seems to be reflected in the performance that we are seeing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll hand back to you. There is nothing much that I can add. Safe to say that colleagues have canvassed the issue quite adequately.
You'll come after HDA to cover both of them.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, through you, I've been asked about the ERP. My sincere apologies, Chair, if I can just come in. The ERP is the IT system. So as an organization, as I did make a presentation earlier on, that the current regime has grown a beard, and the beard is even gray now because it's an old system. So there is a process of acquiring an IT system which will be integrating, which system will actually ensure that there is seamless processing of applications, approval, but also monitoring of the performance. It will also ensure that there is an integration in terms of the organization-wide, functionality. It will also ensure that we are able to plan proper, but also monitor, as we go along as an organization. So this integrated REP system is still, in fact, in the supply chain processes, and we have prioritized it as a board, and soon it will actually be on stream. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, sir.
HDA.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think maybe I need to clarify the role of the HDA and then how we operate, Chair. Chair, in the main, our services, it's a variety of services that we're offering. But to a large extent, we're offering those services to the departments of human settlement and to the municipalities. So in a nutshell, what we're doing is we are a pool service. So we've got all kinds of services that you want, but it's for the end user to pull what they want from us. If, for example, they want us to just assist them with title deeds, that's what we'll assist them with. If they want us to assist them with IGR issues, GIC issues, then that's what we'll assist them with. So to that extent, Chair, why I'm raising that is because, for example, if you look at the priority development areas, we had 136 priority development areas, and then we've done the development processes for all of those in terms of the plans and so forth. But is the departments and the municipalities that will say we want to now engage on this priority development areas from our side. Maybe if it's Gauteng, they'll say we want to deal with the ones that are for us in Gauteng, because the HDA in terms of that part. Even in terms of the part where we're doing what we usually call the primary mandate, is that it's not necessarily a funded mandate on our side. So we've done some of the work in terms of making sure that we do the development plans. But as to say, let's put now the dates to say this is when it will go for construction and so forth. That's why I had earlier on said that we are still having the discussions even with the office of the DG, because we also need to talk to the National Treasury in terms of what will be the mode going forward. Because as I said, HDA is a Section 3A. So on our own, on the strength of our balance sheet, we can't borrow. But there are other ways of borrowing, even if it's off balance sheet and so forth. And then also in terms of to what extent is the appetite for the risk. We've come up with a number of models that we are discussing with the DG's office in terms of what can be used and then what model can we use to make sure that we still put the asset for share as part of our contribution, but the HDA as an organization and government broadly is not exposed. So to that extent, we've looked at all of those models, and then I think that's where we are. So given that all the 5 buildings that we have, we've done the development plans for them. They are finalized. We know granular what the cost will be for all of those land buildings. But unfortunately, it's not something that we can say in a month's time we are starting with this project. In a month's time we're starting with this, because there's a number of issues that needs to come into consideration. That includes the NBS building. The NBS building is owned by Mangaung, Chair. So if Mangaung says to us today that you've done the development plans, we are happy with that. You've done the funding model to say this is the type of funding model, and then this is what it will cost to renovate this building. Let's start the process. We are ready to do that. But as my colleague, Mr. Rakwale had said, is that because that building specifically, they had bought it for making sure that they will then use it for SHIs. It will then need SHRA also to come up with a grant and so forth. And then with the limitations that SHRA has raised with us, we're sitting with that challenge also from our side. But Mangaung as a client are the ones who will then give us guidance going forward as to whether they still want to continue with that as a social housing, or if maybe they want to look at low-cost rentals or in any other thing that we can then look at the model. But we've done 2 models. We've prepared the financials on that building in terms of 2 models, just for them to decide as to what they want to do going forward. So I think the main issue for me, Chair, and then maybe the point that should be taken with is the fact that our services are dependent on what the client wants. We've got all the services that we have. The client chooses what they want from us. So that's why we're saying we've got services, you pull what you want from us. So if any of them says to us, this is what we want you to do as the HDA, then we are able to do that. That's why it will be difficult for us to say if you look at all your buildings HDA, the impact is that it will be 1,000. What about all the other demands that are there? But I'm thinking that the provinces are still continuing. So it's not only us who are doing this work. So the provinces are still continuing. But from an offering point of view, we are also offering an alternative point to say some of those buildings, given that there's no land, more especially within the PDA area, you'll find that renovating those buildings or repurposing those buildings will also assist instead of looking for land outside of the PDA area. So that's how we've looked at it, Chairperson. I think we've answered that. The cost we've got, the cost estimates that we've done, but they are dependent on that line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just only will have one comment in this round on the transitioning towards a bank and just Honorable Ditebe, the Deputy Chair did indicate that in the discussion between ourselves and the scope of the work in terms of setting just the entity to be fully functional on the basis of its own function, we felt was the primary mandate. We went back into when the decision was taken, I think in 2012, 13, somewhere around about there, in terms of the bank. We looked into the reforms that the seventh administration is also targeting, and we felt that we need to champion the look of how the entities, not only NFHC, the reforms are indicating that we need to look like. I don't want to say much, Chair, at that level for now. Suffice to say that even at the cabinet level, the process that a reforms team is leading, of which human settlement and its entities is listed as one, to champion that discussion has not been concluded. I commit therefore, Chair, that once we have found the look and shape from a reform point of view, in terms of what the seventh administration would want, that framework and the concept paper as it was dealt with the previous minister is still on the table. We felt let's first prioritize the stability and then discuss once we see the things shaping better in terms of the guidance of forming a state a bank. But the need and the desire still remains the same, Chair. In fact, it points to that direction that for us to be able to accelerate on the sidelines of the IBT, my team also met with quite a number of financial institutions, just from a learning point of view to understand how are other countries doing it. I'm hopeful that you will get the session as well in Brazil with the financing institution. We have recommended the board as well, if it's possible, to send one of the execs to join you, just for the financial stream as well, to be able to, that you can be able to get quite a lot. And I do believe that at that time, we'll then be able to be bringing a lot into the table on what the framework will be about. Chair, lastly, let me thank this opportunity to come see honorable members. I've learned a lot as well, as I always do, in engaging with you, and our commitment remains the same in relation to HDA and NFHC. Chair will go back to SHRA again, as DG had indicated that we had sessions with them. I know for a fact that the presentation, without even preparing for the portfolio committee, the board had to sit twice, because it is important for us to streamline projects, not only at HDA or even at SHRA, even in the
Are you leaving,
department.
Minister?
Come again?
Are you leaving?
No. Oh, I thought you were done.
Oh.
Okay, Chair. Oh, okay. No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to emphasize the point that I take the shortcoming that SHRA couldn't best put its best foot forward. I accept that responsibility, Chair. I'll go back again and try and harness. And my apologies for that, but I'm sure we could be able to bring back the presentation at the time that I don't want to undermine your kindness as honorable members. I don't want to sound like you call a committee here for accountability, it leaves and I say nothing. I feel so bad about it. Thank you.
Okay. Let's get the last two. Please note that the minister wants to go. Honorable Abada.
Okay, Chair. The minister doesn't want me to speak today.
Uvala umkhonto, Minister.
And you know, I was going to praise you. You see now, Chair, Minister. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody. I want to say thank you to the presenters. You know, everything
Speak into the mic.
everything sounds great on paper, but implementation is always the key. So we'd like to see everything that was said today being implemented. Also, thank you, Minister, for taking accountability. You know, I'm always about accountability, and also to the entities for taking the accountability. But I also have questions. My questions have been, two of them have been answered with the NHFC, so I'm not going to go into the loan books and the 30 serious allegations, because we've been through that. The one question I have is, if governance structures were sound and functional, how did systemic fraud, forgery, irregular appointments, and financial misconduct occur, including after the appointment of the new board? My other two questions were answered, so that's fine. My comments are, a turnaround strategy is not accountability. The true test will be consequence management, asset recovery, and clean audits, not improved PowerPoint presentations. The governance gap may explain weaknesses, but it does not excuse the alleged misconduct that continued thereafter. We must ensure that precautionary suspensions do not become prolonged processes that quietly fade without decisive outcomes. And last, my recommendations are, the board must provide the committee with a time-bound consequence management matrix, including criminal referrals, recovery actions, disciplinary timelines, and responsible officials. National Treasury and the Public Protector must submit written progress updates directly to the committee to ensure independent oversight of the forensic processes. And lastly, the NHFC must submit a quarterly financial sustainability report detailing loan book performance, NPL reduction strategy, and concrete steps to restore long-term viability. And then to HDA, my questions, the presentation repeatedly asked the committee to note progress, but how many of these acquired buildings have moved beyond packaging and concept design into actual construction with funded, approved timelines? Exactly when will the first beneficiaries receive keys? And it's all about that, receiving their keys and the title deeds, if there is title deeds. Several projects remain at planning stages years after acquisition. What is the total cost of holding these properties, security rates, maintenance, and how much public money is being spent on buildings that are not yet delivering housing? And my last question, what consequent management mechanisms are in place if these projects miss deadlines, escalate in cost, or stall? And who is personally accountable within HDA and the department for ensuring delivery rather than regardless planning? My comments, acquisition without delivery is not transformation. It is as parking. Communities do not live in feasibility studies. The spatial intent is correct. Well-located inner city land is critical, but slow implementation undermines the urgency of the housing crisis. If we continue celebrating pipeline projects instead of completed units, we risk normalizing underperformance in a sector where people are waiting decades for dignified shelter. And it comes down to the humanity and the dignity of our people. Recommendations to the department. The department must provide a time-bound implementation schedule of each property, including funding status, contractor appointment dates, and projected occupation timelines. A quarterly progress report must be submitted to the committee detailing physical progress, that is percentage complete, expenditure against budget, and risk mitigation measures. And lastly, I suggest we as a committee should conduct targeted oversight visits to at least 2 of these sites within this financial year. Or I don't think we're going to do it in this financial year because it's over now, maybe in the next one. To verify on-the-ground progress and prevent project stagnation. That's my submission. And then there's just one comment to the minister. Minister, you're listening to me. This has got nothing to do with any political party. This is just woman power. Okay. I know that you didn't smile at anybody in cahoots with them. You're just a nice person and you're always smiling. So that's just woman power. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Women want to take over. Yeah, yeah. Eish, we're in trouble. Honorable Gamede.
We support women in leadership. We don't mind. But the real leadership. Yeah.
Just listen who's talking. Okay, continue.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. On a lighter note, but serious at the same time, the issue that, okay, what you have said, Minister, about us and the pictures. Yeah, you know, we represent our constituents and also we serve at the behest of of our organization. Fortunately enough, my leader, our leader, Comrade Syra, has been the president to all of you here in this house. All of you knows my president that if he does not see me on the ground doing the work of the people, I may be fired. So all the time, because I've seen in numerous cases, we have seen pictures of you alone. And, we as the progressive forces are not there. Yeah, it's only you. No, on the later on. I just want to steal this moment, Chairperson, and squeeze in the issue of KZN. I think I've written a letter twice to the secretary. I think she has shared it with you with regards to the issue of renewal of employment contract in critical personnel in KZN. There is a serious problem in KZN, and that thing possesses serious threat. Right now, there were people, they've been on a 3-month contractual basis since I think it's been more than 5 years. So I wish Minister and the DG can zoom in. There is this thing called a serious challenge. That's why you'll find that there were 10 adverts, people they start chowing man because they don't know what their future holds. So I think we must zoom on that one going forward. Thank you very much for that one. And let me quickly go to HD. Okay, yes, HDA. My party leader said I must make sure that, especially when we are seen by people out there, I must not say HDA, I must say Housing Development Agency so that people will understand what I'm actually talking about. On strategic location acquisition, Chairperson, the HDA has consistently demonstrated a strong strategic focus on acquiring well-located properties within prime urban centers, such as Cape Town and Johannesburg, leveraging proximity to major transportation hubs and academic institutions. On phased integration for urgent needs, the programmatic approach adopted for the Seaview project in Durban, which involves accommodating of 200 households from transitional emergency housing, exemplifies an effective integration of building acquisition with immediate and urgent local housing requirements. I have only 2 questions to SDA on alignment with demand and social equity. With projects such as the Bramfontein site, specifically targeting students and young professionals, how is the SDA rigorously ensuring that these high density urban developments do not inadvertently displace or marginalize the most vulnerable household currently awaiting housing on municipal list? On long-term operational sustainability and asset protection, while the presentation focuses on acquisition and refurbishment, particularly for emergency housing initiatives like Seaview project, what comprehensive long-term property management models are being proposed to prevent these critical assets from deteriorating or succumbing to unauthorized occupation issues prevalent in other social housing sectors? Chairperson, let me quickly rush to NHFC. Yes. Let me start with human capital, I've got, I think I will have two questions on that one. The integrity of the guardrails. In light of the documented material weakening of oversight during past leadership transitions, what specific legally binding safeguards have been integrated into the current recruitment framework to ensure that no single executive, including the CEO, can override the human capital or internal audit functions during the selection of their direct reports? On the verification of cultural fit, beyond technical competence, what verifiable evidence can the NHFC produce to demonstrate that the newly appointed executive has a documented track record of successful navigating and resolving rather than suppressing internal dissent and whistleblower reports in their previous leadership roles? I've done my own reflection, Chairperson. A critical reflection on the suspension of the CEO. I like the fact that the Chairperson, when he was given the opportunity to be the one leading the presentation, he actually he actually touched on that one, because a ship without a captain may sink, and we don't want this ship to sink. Once again, we are happy that there is a drastic change, and we want to keep the momentum, but one will not sit without getting into these things. The precautionary suspension of the CEO, yeah, it was bad, Chairperson. You remember when we first had this thing on news, it was very bad. I think, DG, we came to you harshly regarding this matter. The precautionary suspension of CEO Ms. Azola Mayegiso, the first female CEO in 27 years history of the National Housing Finance Corporation. I think the suspension was in November 17, 2025. It presents a complex case of governance tension and performance recovery. This also reflects on the systemic inconsistencies in the suspension process, the nature of the allegations, and undeniable positive trajectory achieved during her tenure, because there has been an undeniable positive trajectory that we have witnessed during her tenure. Let me quickly go to inconsistencies in governance and suspension. A primary inconsistency lies in the timing and context of the suspension. The provided governance review highlights a material weakening of oversight during the 4-month interregnum proceeding, the appointment of the current board. It is intellectually dissonant to hold the CEO solely accountable for governance collapses that occurred during a period where the institution guardrails, the board were absent. Furthermore, the precautionary nature of the suspension, while standard in administrative law to protect the integrity of investigations, appears with procedural ambiguity. The board's decisive action to integrate clean audit requirements into executive agreements only after the suspension suggests a retroactive tightening of accountability standards that were perhaps not as robustly enforced during the period the allegations infraction occurred. Questioning the evidence and allegations, the allegations against Ms. Mayegiso ranging from irregular office leases to misuse of corporation credit card must be scrutinized against the CEO's document. Right? Let me quickly go to this one. The allegations. On the allegations, there is irregular office lease, which lease. Yes, office lease. Please don't disturb me, Honorable Melekakil. I want to touch on this one. In her defense, the new lease at 90 Grayton Drive reportedly serves NHFC 2.13 million per annum compared to the other under-occupied Isley of Heighton site. If the move resulted in documented financial savings and was board approved, the irregularity claim requires specific proof of procurement bypass rather than financial preference. On the misuse of credit card, claims the allegations are spurious fiction and part of a smear campaign by a clique of disgruntled employees. This is my input. I've taken this chairperson from the documents received from the entity. So I've interrogated the document. I developed these points in my own way. So it's up to them because I placed the allegations, then and also there is a defense or counter evidence, and also the critical reflection from the document. You'll have time, the department and also the entity will have time, chairperson, to respond to my input. I don't appreciate those junctures. Please, chairperson, protect me so that I'll have time to be fair to them.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not done. There is only one chairperson whom we elected in this committee.
Can you round off?
Yes, I will round off, but I don't appreciate the manner in which other member, because I'm not here representing Mama Peti. I'm representing Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, and I want to be firm on that one, chairperson.
Talk to the chair.
Yes,
Don't
Chairperson.
listen to any other member.
Thank you very much, chairperson.
But round off, please.
Yeah, if it is a plan to intimidate me, I'm not going to follow on that one. Okay, let me quickly run to this one, chairperson. On my critical reflection, the burden of proof lies with the accusers. The reliance on whistleblowers' reports that have already cost the entity 385,940 in investigation fees without a public verdict suggests the potential weaponization of whistleblowing. Zoom from the path. You remember that there was that Zoom meeting when that was reported to us. She dismissed as, they dismissed as complete fiction with no video evidence produced despite claims. The inclusion of such sensationalist and personal allegations often points to a character assassination strategy rather than a focus on technical or financial dereliction. The submission of evidence appears to be heavily reliant on anonymous whistleblower report. While whistleblower is critically tool for transparency, its integrity is compromised when used by disgruntled employees, resisting a shift towards a high-performance culture. As Ms. Mayegiso said, the lack of public prima facie evidence, nearly 3 months post-suspension, raises questions.
Honorable Gamede.
Yes, Chairperson.
Sorry to interrupt because you are now getting into the merits and demerits of the case, which is a problem.
Mhm.
And in the public sphere.
Okay.
We can't go there because all members will have a view about the merits and demerits. And there was a request that because the process is still going on, let's allow that process. Because our role is to oversight. It's not to defend or anything. So just be careful there.
Okay,
Because we don't want people to go to court and quote you because the meeting is public.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let
round
me
off.
quickly go to the performance trajectory and positive impact. Despite the leadership turbulence, the NHFP, I'm talking about the performance, Chairperson. I'm not quoting anything with regards to why the reasons for suspension. The performance rebound. The NHFC escalated its performance from a low of 65% in quarterly 2 to 74%. I think, Chairperson, you'll remember that it was reported to us last year, I think it was around April, that from 2024, the entity was at 19%. I think around April, it was at 34%, from there to 54% within the new board's inaugural full quarter. Right now, I think we are at, from 65% in quarter 2, we're at 75%. I think we remember that one. On audit outcome, the CEO successfully briefed the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee on improving audit outcomes in 2024 before the suspension, Chairperson. In rounding off, let me quickly go and say and ask this question, Chairperson. Given the NFC's critical mandate and the imperative for stable, high-performing leadership, how does the board reconcile the precautionary suspension of the CEO amid a period of demonstrable performance recovery and claims of a weaponized whistleblower process with its fiduciary duty to ensure both procedural fairness and the uninterrupted pursuit of the organization's strategic objectives, particularly when the foundational governance guardrails were previously compromised? I would like to stop there, Chairperson, but by saying next time I would really appreciate it to be, if there is something that you see is deviating from what we should be doing or we should be saying in this platform, it would be better that I be reprimanded by you as the chairperson, because I've only elected one chairperson, no one else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to request that we answer the questions directly. Observations, we may not entertain them for now, and I'm under pressure of time. Maybe let me give the minister to say something.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm raising my hand because I think procedurally the board actually shouldn't be responding to detailed issues of the investigation when they're not yet bringing a report formally so. And honorable members must be ascertained, you also know the parliamentary process, that there will be a day where we'll have to come officially, bring that report to you. So when the processes are done, from the public protector, from National Treasury, including what the entity is doing, the committee will be alerted of all the reports as they get to be concluded. And on that score, Chair, just allow me so that the record also remains to be what the record is, that the matters as raised by the board in relation to governance and suspensions, they are actually starting from slide 19 towards the end. And they do not specifically place which charge belongs to whom, because that can't be in the public arena. In fact, it just summarizes on slide 21, and it says, what did the forensic investigations revealed? It does not say who, where, and how were these systematic weaknesses and whatever followed. We have places on record also, just for the committee to know when, in terms of the timeline, was the CEO suspended. And that was what the intention, including the company secretary. And we have also placed it on record that the case management process has been adopted by the board and will be followed, and subsequently will report to the committee. I think this is where I would request, Chair and honorable members, with your permission, to end on the response in relation to NFHC and the executive management cases that have been highlighted. Suffice to say that there were 30 complaints, various, ranging from quite a number of people who are involved in the entity itself. And when the report comes, it will indicate in detail one area or the other that would have been looked into by these three forensic processes. And that will also be dealing with the issue in terms of the status. As we report on a quarter basis, we come back to the APP. What were the targets? How were they met? And what is the direction of an entity? Believe you me, if we had a very good entities in human settlement, we'll be spending more time discussing work. How are we housing people, which is the mandate that all of us have here. But we still, on a great deal, in all the entities, sit with quite a number of administrative and governance issues which emanated from suspensions that most of the current board are trying to clear, and they found them already having occurred. But our promise here is that we will bring, once the report has been finalized, to the portfolio committee that deals with the investigation. Chair, I wasn't even aware that I smile a lot, you know, and I was smiling next to the CEO. It's very interesting that even then, Honorable Kamede didn't raise a hand and said, smile more. You know, the accusation was, you are protecting the CEO, you are smiling, you walk with her and all that. And I wasn't sure if I will leave this meeting, I can walk next to Honorable Abada. All what I'm trying to say, Chair, was when I had to protect the fiduciary responsibility of the shareholder, I did. When I handed over, one of the instructive areas I made to the board was that exercise caution, be fair, and make sure that you can place your report. And that is why I've put it on record that they also had to live with the obligation of coming to the shareholder and brief before any major step that they need concurrence of the minister to do. And I've also placed it on record in this committee that in the reports that they've given me, both on the company secretary and the CEO, I have concurred with what the process that they are undergoing should it be. I'm requesting that let's allow that process. Earlier on, you were saying you are not investigating. And I said, I will hand over. I've handed over. This investigation has started. Now I'm being beaten again. This investigation is not fair. I'm saying, let's wait. I don't have a final report. It's not here. Let's wait. Let's get the final report. Let's discuss the findings of what the outcomes of the reports will be about. And in conclusion, Chair, on the issues which relate to what Honorable Abada has raised, I know HDA is here, but remember that when you raise the issue and the question where you were saying, yes, the presentation outlines almost everything that were the questions in terms of the strategy, the asset recovery, how many people, what type of a building is it, and roughly what it will cost. Chair then said, but it's missing one main thing. It doesn't tell me how are you going to be able to fund those projects. And I came back, I said, Chair, we remain as the shareholder as well in assisting the HDA to be able to respond critically to that question, because their strategic plan was more on the basis of saying, if we can turn Bramfontein into a student accommodation, if we can do this about this and that, and we will require this. I'm not certain if by saying we need occupancy time by Honorable Poole and Honorable Abada correctly, so when will be that? When they've not yet been fully capacitated financially, if they will be able to advance reasoning towards that question. Because I do believe the chair of HDA will actually say, I want to start tomorrow. But he is not necessarily fully in a position to be able to do that until we have been able to unlock the budgetary process, which gives them additional with what they are doing, including the work that we hope will be able to put. It's not that it's not standard for the presentation of the department. We know it's automatic. You need to put deadlines. You need to put time frames. But we're in a financial condition here, the budget that you are just going to adopt now, or receive, takes a portion from human settlements, actually. So they are not in a position, and they are not saying we don't want to do it or are incapable or what. But I am saying, afford us an opportunity now that we've given you a direction of what we would want to do, to capacitate and enhance the pocket of HDA, not as the only entity. That's why I said there will be a day where we'll talk about PPRA. Sitting here, I can tell you I'm not happy about their financial position. I know what I need to do, but I need approval of National Treasury as well to do that. So we are in this financial reform for the entities, including NFHC. The chair might have not mentioned that. He wrote to me and said, for everything that we want to implement as a board, Minister, we need 300 million. I was like, what? Where are you going to get that? But I have that in writing, Chair. And this is a board that has had its session and say, for us to meet almost everything into all provinces, this is a starter pack. But I haven't given them. And for them not to report on it futuristically doesn't mean they don't know that the need is what. But if you walk with me, Chair, a little bit, just a little bit, we'll come back and say, we've won this one, we've lost this one, and how do we suggest we need to reprioritize the finances of human settlement? But for me, it sits as a worry that I've got entities that have got no money, and I've got money that I'm turning back. I don't feel I represent you right. And that is why we have gone forth to National Treasury to say, guys, we're not asking for extra cent you do say you don't have, but we also don't want to send money back when we have got other areas that are still bleeding in terms of social housing, our rental stock, or our middle gap housing, etc., that NFHC is dealing with. The issue of filling of positions at the executive level at NFHC, they've raised it themselves. It's a very important matter. They've started with the recruitment process, and they will follow the processes to report. Because not necessarily every position that is vacant, it means it has to wait for an investigation. So they are running quite a number of issues to make sure that they stabilize the institution. With relation to the media and the coverage that NFHC received, some was negative. The board, I see somewhere, they went and clarified the record. What I've also noticed is that things are beginning to clear themselves as they are able to get preliminary reports from a National Treasury, preliminary report from Public Protector. One can be able to say, what is the direction that this investigation is taking? And it's not possible, Honorable Kamete, that National Treasury, Public Protector, and NFHC, all of them will gather and agree against the executive of any of these entities. Remember, we've got NHBRC, we've got SHRA, we've got NFHC. So we are seized with stability challenges in our entities, the three that we are supposed to talk about in ensuring that we reach the mandate. Chair, with your permission, thank you very much. Now this time for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your commitment. Ours is not to judge at this stage. We'll continue to do our oversight and see what is coming on board. I think a number of members have expressed satisfaction with the way the board is processing things. And we are happy that you are now taking HDA on board with regard to their financial situation. There will be a time where we'll request even the structures of those entities, because just looking at the vacancies, personally, I would say it is top heavy, but I won't say it just like that. We will need a report so that we are able to make our determination. Please follow up on SHRA. I'm serious. I'm not worried a bit. I'm seriously worried about the the direction SHRA is taking, but just follow up on it. Maybe if you coordinate a meeting of all entities. I know NHFC wants to get into the portfolio of student accommodation. And HDA says we have a thinking about student accommodation. Can there be some engagement? Chairpersons and CEOs, can there be some engagement so that we see how we can assist the minister? We can't just leave it to the minister, assist the minister with those ideas. There are two issues, Minister, which were not necessarily part of our discussion today. The pie bill. I'm just emphasizing the timelines. We need that bill in not later than June. We said June, eh? Not later than June. Otherwise, we'll have problem. Because if we don't get it at that time, then we rather not get it because we'll not be able to process it within. Let's get it. The issue of Northwest. I'm just putting them to you. We once commented that seemingly Northwest is overcommitted. The DG promised us that Northwest is coming all right. But we are receiving letters on a daily basis, calls that they are not paying, contractors. Or a contractor will claim 5 million for the work done. They pay the contractor 400,000. And it has I think if you speak to Honorable Kachakilwe, you then realize with Free State, we think they're coming all right. But with Northwest, we are worried. And we would like to support you with the issue of reviewing the funding model, especially for metros, because metros don't spend. We have so many informal settlements. That's the reason why we're going to Brazil, just to ask them, how can we make Johannesburg deal with the informal settlement? Then we come back. We're just going to ask that question. It's a very important question because they are not spending. Thanks very much. Are we still in Ramadan? You just started. Okay. We wish you luck. We wish you luck. That's a serious discipline. I don't know. CEO HDA, can you? Okay, thanks very much. Unfortunately, we are supposed to go to the House. Next week, we will not have a meeting, Minister. This committee will be in Brazil. And if we can, I heard you are saying, I know that there's a staff from your office, the Deputy Minister's office, the DG's office will be joining. I heard you saying there's somebody from NHFC. If you can communicate with the secretary so that we don't have a problem. Because of time, we wanted to discuss something. Honorable members, who will organize an emergency 10 minutes virtual meeting tonight or tomorrow, just to talk about certain things, just one or two things that we want to deal with. Thanks very much. There is a finger lunch outside. You are invited to
Chair,
deal with.
I know, but I'm saying, please, the R293 issue, you haven't mentioned, we're not.
Oh, R29, yes, I should have mentioned,
R293,
yes.
Please, just impress upon the minister to expedite it. We know what hoops she's going through. But on a lighter note, is Free State making progress because the whip happens to come from
Yes,
No,
Kamede?
I'm glad that the minister and the DG and the entire team, the DDGs, they will start from KZN about that issue. Yeah, please.
They will
Thank
start
you.
what?
With our issue there.
Where?
In KZN.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
they've taken note of it. And
Thank
they
you.
must deal with it. And we want to thank you, Minister and DG, for prioritizing the committee meeting. It was very important. That's why we will always support you. You know, and we are human beings. Sometimes we slip, but we will support each other. This is a committee that everybody wants to be in because there's a bit of stability in the committee. I know now political parties are reviewing membership of various committees. There might be changes, we don't know, but we will appeal to different chief whips that they leave the committee as it is. They might redeploy the chairperson, we don't know, but thank the meeting stand adjourned.